was in full flight
Was he?
with a camera. I don't think he was going to stop anytime soon.
Okay. We'll just say he's just been, apologies for lateness, as he's been doing some mural business.
Oh, yeah.
We're just in time for the management.
Just admiring the diversity of the team over there.
Morena, everybody, and welcome to the Project Planning and Monitoring Committee meeting of Tuesday, 17th September 2024. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit. Goes out that way. The assembly point is out on 3rd Avenue, across from this building, so back down the road that way. Please be aware that this meeting has been live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, could you please remember to speak clearly into your microphones and one speaker at a time for clarity, please. Also, please turn off your mobile phones. I'd now like to ask Councillor Baker to provide the opening karakia.
Tātamari e tātou, tika mihi ana kia koutou katoa, ko tā mai nei i tēnei ata. Ko te hekinga mai o te marangai, ko tai atinana mai tātou katoa, ko tai ora mai tātou katoa, ko reire mihi ana. Me mai tātou. Kaua ki rā te moanga nei, paripari kauna ki te aka tangata, ka ki ngā waka, ka mauru te tohu, ki te arearenga o mauau, he koherenga mou, he hononga mou, kia herea ki te tika, kia herea ki te pono, kia mau, kia ita, kia au, haumi e, hui e,
Thank you, Tapu. Apologies this morning. We have two apologies. Councillor Jen Schuler, who is currently on leave, and Councillor Makari Sydney, who's on leave until Christmas time. Do we have any further apologies? Okay. Can I ask for a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Kurak, Councillor Rosenboom. All those in favour? Against? We now have the public forum, and we are joined this morning by Margaret Murray-Benj, who wishes to talk about Bethlehem and Carmichael's Road footpaths. So welcome, Margaret. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. We'll give you a little bit of a warning with 4 minutes.
Is that after the introduction? Sir, I just wanted to say thank you very much for seeing us, but I also wanted to congratulate you, the Mayor and councillors, for being successful. And I hope that during the time that you're in local government, that you enjoy working with the people in the community as much as I do, resolving their issues and working with them. So I am blessed this morning because I've got a number of neighbours here from the Bethlehem Country Club, and we are very concerned about what's going on in our area. Sir, if I can just say to you, Martin Hart here lives off Carmichael Road, Kay Hikoi here, yes, Sirkoi, she lives off Mackenzie Lane, and so those two, if you want to ask them questions later, they're more than happy to do so. But sir, we made the submissions on 2 occasions to the commissioners requesting that that part of Bethlehem Road be curbed and channelled. At the same time, we asked for a footpath on Carmichael Road. The commissioners said they would keep us well informed, and I have to say they did. They did. The first is that the residents of the Bethlehem Country Club exiting onto Bethlehem Road, there is a serious safety issue. Large work vehicles associated with construction work are underway at Bethlehem Shores, frequently parked so close to the Mackenzie Lane exit onto Bethlehem Road, making it almost impossible to see vehicles approaching from the right. Together with a speed limit of 50 k's per hour, it makes it very dangerous. We have been told that this will be resolved in the near future, and we certainly hope so. It's an accident waiting to happen, and would be a couple of months have gone by, and nothing has happened with that. And I go out there in the mornings, and honestly, you can't see what's to your right, and you risk life and limb making that turn. And it's 50 k's along the road, so making the left-hand turn is really quite difficult. That's the first thing, and the sooner it's resolved, the better. It only requires a bit of paint. Our second concern is the council proposes to rip a perfectly good footpath along this section of Bethlehem Road and replace it with a new footpath and cycleway. We have nothing against cycleways, of course, but frankly, there is not enough room for a shared footpath and cycleway there without taking it right to the fence line, thus further increasing the risk of collision between cyclists and walkers and cars and scooters emerging from our driveway onto that road. And there are about 15 access ways onto Bethlehem Road. We're not the only ones that have got a problem, and it's really serious. We were told you have qualified people who will ensure that the children who might use the cycleway are educated about the need to exercise caution when passing driveways, and that they will go into schools to ensure that happens. Well, I'm a former teacher, I'm a mother and a grandmother, and teaching children to stop at every driveway to check whether there's anybody coming out or not, I think is a great wishful wish. In practice, one expect any cyclist, especially a young one, hurrying to school to take notice all the time of the several exits from properties along Bethlehem Road. If a cycleway is needed along that part of Bethlehem Road, we submit that it would be much better on the other side of the road where there are more space, fewer driveways and greater sized berms on which to build it. And finally, instead of wasting money digging up a perfectly good footpath, we would urge you to use the money saved by not doing that in order to build a footpath along Carmichael Road from the intersection of Bethlehem and Carmichael Roads to link up with the new walkway, cycleway, which you have developed just opposite the Bob Owens Village. It's beautiful and it's very popular, and having access to it so people can walk to it along Carmichael would be really worthwhile. Sir, I'd like to acknowledge first of all Willie Hyde. Will Hyde, is he still with your transport section? Well, he came about 3 years ago and walked the Bethlehem Road with me, walked Carmichael Road with me, and figured out that yes, it was possible to build that footpath. Wonderful service, I thought. And then the next thing, we have an election, and Councillor Schooler said that he was going to work with the community, and true to his word, he came, he met with the locals at the entranceway to Mackenzie Lane to Bethlehem Road, understood the issues, walked with me down Bethlehem and along Carmichael Road, and I thought, well done, Councillor Schooler, and understood the issues. I know, Sue, that money is tight, and so why rip up a footpath that's perfectly good, hasn't got potholes in it, hasn't got cracks that you will trip on, and then widen it so that you make our lives miserable because we cannot see when we exit our properties. And it's not just our exit, there's another one, Mrs. McWilliams has got one, and then further down there are about 10. Now there are a couple that are quite open, but the majority of them are quite close to the road, and the footpath going to the fence line is a nightmare. And if you ask her, Kay will tell you their experience just a couple of years ago with one child with a footpath problem. So, sir, happy to answer any questions?
Thank you, Margaret. I'll probably just allow, if they wanted to, maybe your other people here would like to address the meeting for a couple of minutes each, perhaps?
Yes. Kay, could I start with you? And if you could share the experience that you had with a scooter.
Yes, and I do agree with Margaret. We cannot see going out of our drive because of the people parked. But my husband and I were going out one day and we stopped at our gateway and a child came down on a skateboard type thing and he couldn't stop. He was going too fast because, as Margaret said, they don't look. And he banged straight into our car. We had stopped and he'd slowed down, so he was fine. But it was scary.
Right. And Martin, you live on Carmichael Road.
Yes.
And could you talk about the footpath?
Yeah, there is no footpath from 99 Carmichael Road down through to the walk, down to 111 Carmichael Road. And we have, with the increased numbers of cyclists on the cycleway down to the new lovely pathway, has increased the cycle, so we can't walk on that road now. It wasn't safe before, but it's certainly not safe now. So there is an urgent need to have a footpath put on that grass area. We have already had one person trying to traverse that section on a mobility scooter and they got tipped out. So we don't want to see that happen again, so we would kindly appreciate that footpath going in as urgently as possible.
Thank you very much, and yes, we will take questions now, so if anyone Your Worship.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, we're just looking at a map here. So it looks like there's a footpath on the Bob Owens side, but not on the other side. Is that?
That's right.
Is that correct?
So there are bits of footpaths. For example, where the bus stop is, there's a bit of a footpath, and round the corner there's a bit of a footpath. And it wouldn't be too difficult to connect them all up. But the horror of taking up a jolly good footpath and replacing it with a wide thing so cyclists can be there just doesn't make sense.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Margaret, and everyone for coming along. And I would comment that this is a significant issue for a lot of people, I think, in our city. So I think it's great to actually hear directly from you. I've spoken over the last few years with many disability advocates, elder advocates, cycling advocates who all want clearly demarcated spaces that are safe. And I noticed that we have had a precedence on this, the linkage to this project, which changed the route past the marae. So there is a precedent for sort of changing things. I am trying to understand where exactly, or can you just describe clearly the difference between what the council is proposing to do, which I wasn't totally familiar with, and what you would like to see done in terms of on the north, I believe the north side of Carmichael Road, is that what we're talking about?
We're talking about the eastern side of side of Carmichael Road and the eastern side of Bethlehem Road, town side. And so I suppose I'm a bit stuck on my north and south when I get to Carmichael Road, but it's on the left-hand side as you come around Bethlehem Road onto Carmichael. The traffic is moving quite quickly because it's a safety loop or a quick route to bypass the state highway, and so it's used by a lot of cars, and we need safety improvements.
So, through the chair, just to be clear, this is an overall. It's not just around the precise location of a footpath / cycleway / shared path. It's actually around the whole safety improvements for that area, which I'm very familiar with. I know the traffic situation there, but you're saying it's an overall safety improvement that you'll be looking for?
Yes, the work is a safety improvement, supposed to be, but suddenly it's developed into a cycleway, walkway, and then to tip up the walkway, the footpath, to create the cycleway just seems illogical to me, especially when it's a jolly good path and it's used frequently with lots of people, sir, of all ages.
Just bring it up on the screen so we can actually...
That Bethlehem Road, where does that cycle?
Just to get clarity too, mate, I think from my understanding of our discussions, as much as you've sort of connected the two issues, they're sort of separate as well. Like the connection of the northwestern side of Carmichael Road. So there's a footpath up to the bus stop already, but then there's nothing along to the cycleway. So that's something that you'd like to see anyway. And then you've just fundamentally got objections to having the cycle footpath on the east side of Bethlehem Road. You sort of talked about them as linked, but they're two separate issues for you, aren't they? Is that fair comment, just for clarity?
Yes, they are, but I also gave you the solution.
Oh, yeah, aware of that, but fundamentally, yes, you're saying you can take money from one and put it to the other?
Yes.
But fundamentally, the residents would like to see that anyway, irrespective of what happens on that side.
Right. Well, one, there's the cycleway makes it exceedingly dangerous. Footpath's good, and so if you come around onto Carmichael Road, you've got an opportunity to do something there that you might not want to do otherwise because you haven't got enough money.
Can I add something? Can I just add something? The cycleway down Carmichael Road is on the road itself, and the Bethlehem Road is really a short, no exit road. So why couldn't the cycleway just be extended onto the road instead of putting it on, incorporating it with a footpath?
Thank you for that. Do we have any further questions? That's right. Thank you for your contribution, and we'll take what you said on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And will you do what the commissioners did? Keep us well informed? I think that was one of the things I really admired about them.
That certainly is our mandate, and we're keeping you in touch.
So, and I also have copies for what I've said for each one of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll move on to acceptance of late items, and at this stage there are no late items.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Kuru.
Probably at this point I'd like to request that the report that was tabled at yesterday's committee, where there wasn't really an opportunity to speak to it, be tabled at this committee, because we are talking about projects. It's regarding the Rider Level Bucknell report, the quantity survey report about Te Manawataki.
Thank you. We'll put that aside until we discuss that project later on. But yeah, take it as tabled. Thank you. Do we have any confidential business to be transferred into the open? Nothing today. Any changes to the order of business? No. Any declarations of conflict of interest? Nothing. Okay. We'll move on to the business. And our first item of business is 8.1, project update July 2024. And I think, Nick, you'll start with that.
Yeah, thank you. And I've got James Woodward here as well, who will go through the report in more detail and then also introduce the project-specific group-specific presentations that we have. But just by way of introduction, this being a first meeting, so Barbara and I, who are executive representatives of for this committee, we will value any feedback that you have and what we can do for it to add as much value as possible, so that it serves the purpose of keeping you informed and gives us direction and understanding of what's important to you. Secondly, we'll have a broad overview of the delivery functions, and we'll do that by group. So 4 different groups will be presenting and walk you through a slide deck, basically, with project-specific detail, and give you the opportunity to ask questions about their respective portfolio. And this is where you will get visibility of some of the questions that were specific to projects in chambers yesterday. For instance, if there's an overspend on a project, does that mean that it's actually being delivered early, or is it an over budget kind of for the same scope type situation? So our report at this committee will go into that level of detail, and you will see a we call it a RAG report, but it's a red, amber, green that gives you the information about the status on time, cost and quality for those respective projects. Sorry, and the premise of this project report is, of course, the current LTP, which is all we have to report against at the moment, notwithstanding the resolution in Chambers yesterday, which called for a 9th of October workshop, I think it is, and a 29th of October reforecast. So then, of course, that's a rebaselining of the budgets and the program that we're reporting against. But just for the avoidance of any confusion, the graphs here today are on the premise of the current approved LTP. And then fourthly, we'll have a deep dive into Links Ave, and the reason for that is that there has been a few questions come through from you councillors about the status of that and the situation and what the future holds, but also the background, how we got to this point. So we thought that this was a good opportunity to do a deep dive on that, warts and all, to explain how the situation happened, the background, the steps that we've taken it through to get to this point. And I understand that there's been some supplementary information shared to councillors as well, and we hope that we can get sort of a balanced view on all the conflicting objectives that have sort of brought us to the point where we're at today. So we call that a deep dive, and that's something that I'd encourage you to think about as we go through the presentations. We chose that because of your interest in it, the public interest that it's had over the last few years, Links Ave. But for you then to choose which which projects you would like us to do deep dives into in the following meetings that you may be particularly interested in. And I'll hand over to James.
Sorry, just before we carry on, I will allow questions as we go along this projects. So I think it's probably good we talk about them as we move along. Is that's the end of each section?
I think it'll be prudent to look at the standing orders for that part of it and allow questions for each presentation actually as we go through it. Otherwise, all the presenters will have to complete and then come back up again to respond to questions. So I think the most efficient way would be to do that.
Sorry, it wasn't there, but that's fine.
That's good.
Thank you.
Good morning, and through the chair. So an update on the capital program. I guess a few points from the report, as well as just the capital program has developed quite significantly over the last 3 years. The growth of the program and I guess the breadth of the type of assets being delivered is quite broad. So traditionally, council has primarily been horizontal infrastructure, so pipes and roads. Over the last 3 years, there's been a lot more development in the vertical infrastructure space, whether that's through community assets, via the Spaces and Places team, or through the civic team. What's also developed over the last 3 years is a range of different procurement models, and that's something that we'd like to, through the work program, just go through with the committee and work through where they're used and the process around that. I guess one thing as well around the program, and you're probably aware of the discussions that are going on at a national level, is the major feedback that the supply chain kind of asks for is pipeline certainty. And that's something that a lot of the teams rely on, obviously, to manage their program, but also from a procurement process, having that supply chain certainty and confidence in the program going forward is really important. And that's where we can leverage a lot of those kind of commercial discussions and use those different procurement models. That's probably what I wanted to cover off in the report. I guess the meat of the discussion is via the presentation. So unless there's any specific questions on the report, we can move to the presentation. So we're just going to go through just a high-level view, just reflect a little bit on last year, look at this year, the kind of makeup and spread of the delivery teams, and then I'll pass on to those teams to work through their program, starting with Mike Norday. So go to the first slide. So last year's program expenditure was around 420, so particularly that program had a bit of acceleration near the end of the year, and the distribution of those projects are pretty broadly across all the asset teams. So Transport Waters and the Civic make up the lion's share, Spaces and Places about 10%, and then the balance of the program, which consists of digital, but also there's an element of land purchase there. There's marine assets as well, and some growth-related infrastructure on Waina Nature. It's also important to note within the program that we do have a lot of third-party delivery agencies. For example, Wakatohi deliver on behalf of us. We also have a lot of developers out there delivering projects, and they have a developer reimbursement program through that. So that's last year's program. If we move forward to this year's program, next slide please. That makeup and distribution across the delivery teams is pretty consistent. In terms of where we're heading this year, we're currently forecasting 560 million. Obviously we're aware in the discussion yesterday around the financial limitations on that. We do monitor that pretty closely. We have gateway processes in place where as projects move through their life cycle, their phases through planning, design into construction, we do review that and just ensure that those projections through the remainder of the year will keep us in line with our financial limits. Once again, we've got quite a larger proportion of delivered third-party delivered projects. That's through Tauriko West with Wakatohi. But generally, the makeup of the program is pretty similar to last year's program. So, happy to take any questions, or I can move on to Mike.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just on the previous slide where it had the adopted budget of 398 and the revised budget of significantly more, and then the actuals. Can you just explain what actually happened in terms of revising the budget to that level and then not getting anywhere near it and ending up a little bit more than the original budget, and particularly with regards to the proportion of those movements that was due to cost overruns and the proportion that was due to either adding or subtracting content of projects?
Yep, I can work through that. I probably can't get into through the chair, I probably can't get into the detail around exact cost overruns, but the annual plan adopted budget is the one that goes out to the public. As we move through from when it's adopted into the new year, we have a couple of things that happen. We have a bunch of projects from the previous year that we need to carry forward budget, so that's added on top of the annual plan budget. And then also throughout the year, there's a range of projects that will change in their projections and either have to bring forward funding from future years or request changes because it's a cost overrun or a scope change. And so those changes adjust through the year, and that gives us our kind of the revised budget figure. So it does move, that revised budget figure does move, and it's subject to a changing program, which is very fluid, and the program managers, portfolio managers are constantly reworking, changing their projections and managing their programs, so it's quite a changing dynamic.
I think that's understood. I guess I'm interested in what it was that led to the numbers doing what they did. Like, as in, can you talk either specifically around projects or specifically around the proportion of projects that were delivered, or whatever it is, whatever metrics you have to actually show what caused those numbers to do what they did at different times?
Probably can't comment on that right now, but I can provide information following the committee meeting.
Because through the chair, otherwise it doesn't really tell us a lot.
Yes, with the chair, so we can respond to that with what sort of the constitution of those of those movements and a report to you, or
Yeah, that'd be
provide that by a council catch-up or something like that.
Cool.
Line by line, basically, to make up those differences and where it's landed.
My suggestion to the chair would be in a public environment.
Yeah, through the chair, is the concept of carry forward, is that well understood by everyone? And the quantum, essentially, it's projects that are underway, that are incomplete and traverse multiple years of our financial calendar. And in order to obviously complete the projects, the unspent funds are carried forward. They're consolidated at a point in time after the adoption of the long-term plan or the annual plan, and then we see this uplift in the form of a revised annual budget. And so, for example, I'm not sure what would the number have been, 80 million? 100 million in that particular financial year.
Yep.
Can I ask that we maybe use that as the example and sort of break it down so we get a good understanding of what's coming? Our understanding of the whole process.
Yeah, and that's done through a council report process. So maybe a copy of that report where those carry forwards were endorsed or adopted.
Councillor Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Supplementary to that, in the carry forward issue, the projects which are brought forward from later years in the LTP, they are also reported to council for decision, isn't it? What's the quantum of delegation where something has to be reported to council, or is just brought through by executive?
Through the chair, I think there's a couple of things in that. One is in terms of any overspend that's approved through the chief executive delegation is amounts over 50,000 effectively reported back through. The other thing is in previous years, and currently a delegation exists to bring forward budget from future from future budget years, provided they fit within the borrowing envelope that's available in any 1 year. If that makes sense. So, and that is reported back through this process as well. In terms of, so if there was a project in year 5, for example, the delegation currently exists for that project, can be brought forward, provided it's able to be funded within the existing year's envelope, and that was put in place probably 10 or so years ago to allow for greater flexibility in terms of managing the program to ensure we get greater delivery over time.
Yeah, again through the chair. So the history of delivery dating back, I would guess maybe 10 years, is that in any particular year we might average somewhere between a poor year would be 50 and 60% of the delivery for the full capital program. What we've seen develop over the last probably 3 years, 4 years in particular, is we've seen that percentage increase significantly. And so the ability to bring forward, you know, as we become better and more proficient at delivery, reduces obviously, because that which is already in the program is largely being delivered. When we're dealing with resource consents, building consents, and a whole range of other factors, that there is often a degree of uncertainty as to when a project will start.
Councillor Morris, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, projects that come forward, I understand reporting process, but is that after the fact, or is there an approval process? So projects that are coming forward or back from later years in the LTP?
And normally what would happen with that would be a conversation with council in terms of ensuring that that's in line with the council direction effectively for it. There is no formal approval process for it. The delegation is given to the chief executive.
So if there are delays in the current work program, which therefore creates an opportunity potentially to bring a project forward. What's considered within those, what's the criteria, those considerations? Is it, you talked about earlier the pipeline of work, if there's certain contractors that are looking for work, is that sort of considered, or other needs-based considerations, or how's that worked out? Which project, the choice of which project to move forward to fill that gap?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. All of those factors are considered in terms of does it fit with the pipeline of project, does it fit with contractors' timelines, does it fit with any ability to actually have improved efficiency of delivery. So if we've got a contractor on site, you don't want to take that contractor off site and bring them back in a year's time. There might be efficiency of continuing off that. But again, that key one is that it does need to fit within that overall. Like if we've got a borrowing resolution for 100 million for the year, it needs to fit within that borrowing resolution of 100 million for the year.
Bear in mind that any project of significance ultimately will have a gateway of decision making back to council.
Any further questions, section? Right, thank you.
Right, Mike.
Before Mike Norday starts off to talk about the city centre highlights, I just thought I'd touch briefly on why we have 4 delivery groups. And various different councils operate differently in this space, and some councils have a project management office, a PMO, which does all the delivery. And that was the way it was run here at Tauranga City Council until about 4 years ago, I think it was. What we found was that we really struggled with accountability from inception to completion of projects, because it went from strategy and planning to infrastructure to the PMO to deliver it, infrastructure as an example, then to the PMO to deliver what was maybe a waters project or a transport project, and then ultimately handed back to the asset owner, which sat in transport or waters, for instance, or spaces and places. And they all seem to be baton handovers without actually knowing exactly what the end product needed to be. So we ended up with a sub, not necessarily standard product, but a product that wasn't actually bought into or influenced enough by the asset owner. So in order to create strong accountability from start to completion of a project, we thought it's better to have it sit within the asset owning group, so they actually own a project from start to finish. So PMOs can be found to work, and it works for some councils and for some not, and it depends on how you set up systems and processes and the people involved. And what we found here was that we just needed to do something different in order to create that accountability end to end. Hence we have the different groups actually owning the inception, the planning, the strategizing, the design, the delivery, and then maintenance and operations. And while doing that, it gets advice on strategic procurement, legal advice, those sorts of advice that are needed across the board from the corporate support group in council. And James Woodward's group, CPAD we call it, that's would commonly be known as an EPMO, an enterprise-wide program management office. We call it CPAD, as in Capital Program Assurance Division, so that helps assure quality processes, systems, procurement advice, that sort of thing, as comes out of that group as a centralised function to service all of council's delivery functions. I hope that makes sense, or if there are any questions on that, I'm happy to field that.
Thank you, Nick. That was valuable. Any questions? Welcome, Mike.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start off with an overview of the city centre program, and you can admire the work up there while I'm taking you through it. So the city centre program comprises the Te Manawataki site, and you're all familiar with the site. So the area bounded by Durham, Wharf, Hamilton and Willow, and also includes the Masonic Park, the waterfront development, which basically runs from Trinity Wharf all the way down to the Matapihi Bridge, and included in our suite of projects was also the Tunks Reserve and Elizabeth Street East upgrade. The Memorial Park centre, aquatic centre, as well as the refit of the 483 Cameron Road indoor courts. 90 Devonport Road, the Civic Administration Building, and then Emily is going to talk about the city centre action plan and investment plan, and how that surrounds the work that we're doing as well in the revitalisation of the city. So I'm just going to start up on the screen on the left-hand side, starting with the Masonic Park development. So that is the first of the Te Manawataki projects delivered and completed, and we had the official opening last week. So it was a great milestone that we achieved. You also see the completion of the Beacon Wharf and the new car park down Dive Crescent. Now, the Beacon Wharf replaced an old wharf that was there and has become a real popular recreational spot for the residents. We are currently underway, and we will be completing by mid-November the rebuild of the northern seawall and the living seawall, which extends from Bobby's fish shop down to the tidal stairs, and then the North Strand Reserve, which replaces the old Strand car park. We also on the southern side, last Easter we installed a new rail underpass under the railway line in the vicinity of 90 Devonport Road, and that the purpose of that underpass was to link a new boardwalk which extends from the Harbourside restaurant down to the South Reserve. The Te Manawataki project, so as you'll see on the right hand side of the photograph, the K-frames for the new library building have been installed. The foundation is in place, and that project is due for completion together with the surrounding landscape, so we can open that building in July 2026. And then on the right hand side of that photograph is the ground improvement works, the sheet piling and the start of the wrap piles, reinforced aggregate piles, which will be starting on the new CWEM, which is the civic foray, exhibition and museum site. Coming down to the bottom left-hand side, you all went through the 90 Devonport Road development, so that is just a picture, a photograph from the inside of that project. The boardwalk, as I was talking about earlier, this connects the underpass through to the South Reserve, and then I'll let Emily, when she comes on after me, she can talk about the next two projects. Can we change the slide, please? So the Te Manawataki Otapapa Limited Board, I report to them on a monthly basis on all of these projects, so they oversee the governance of the projects, and then they report through to the council on a quarterly basis on the progress, and then I will be doing the updates as well as we go through. So the key deliverables for this year, obviously the Masonic Park, and then the continuation of the large-scale groundworks and construction of Site A, as we call it, so the Te Manawataki site. The waterfront, the completion of Park North, the northern seawall, the new playground and the basketball court. So the new playground is scheduled to open around mid-December, and that'll see the completion of the waterfront upgrade from Dive Crescent all the way through to the tidal stairs by Christmas, and that also includes a new amenity block which is adjacent to the playground, and then the southern boardwalk, which will be completed at the end of this month. We are, as you know, in December last year, the council purchased 483 Cameron Road, which is the old warehouse building, and the view of that was to convert that into 4 indoor basketball indoor courts. That work, the design is underway, the building consent is currently in place. You'll see further along in the slide pack we have encountered an issue with the seismic upgrade requirements for that building, requiring extra strengthening, and so we're just busy working through the process at the moment. We expecting the tender price. This was a design and build with Apollo Projects, so that tender price will be finalised this week, and I'll be reporting that to the board next Friday. We're advancing the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre design, so in May this year, the Commission approved the progressing of the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre and confirmed the budget. There's a number of key milestones which we have to achieve in completing a package of work before we report through to the council in early February. The first package that we are currently working on is the geothermal bores. So we just let the tender for the geothermal bore investigation for that project, the heating of the water body and a lot of the energy for that building is based on geothermal bore water. The old Memorial Park outdoor pool that does operate on a bore at the moment, so we do know that there is geothermal bore available within the area. And the next key investigation is around the groundworks and the geotechnical investigations. And so when we took the paper to the commission, we were basing the in-ground solution for the structural foundations on deep piles, but since then we've been doing further investigation on other options, and we believe that those options will start to realise some cost benefit in the final design. The third part of that will be the demolition of the Memorial Park QEYC. No, we won't be doing any of the demolition work there until we have the indoor courts up and running at 483 Cameron Road. I'll leave the next part to Emily when she comes on, which is the action plan. Can we move on to the next slide, please? So the budgets at the moment, they're all running within budget and slightly under budget on some of them. So you'll see Te Manawataki Te Papa, we are slightly under budget, and the good news there is that the QS estimate and the tender price received, there was a saving in that, so that saving will be translated into the remainder of the program. The waterfront is all on track and within budget. 90 Devonport Road, we're expecting a saving on the 33 million there, and that's mainly in relation to the cafe fit out and some of the benefits that we had in the MCHF and the SHF fit out contract prices. Memorial Park, you'll see that's looking at the expected is 206% over, but the reason for that is that we have approval to commit up to 6 million in this financial year, and then depending on the gateways, as we go through the gateways, we will then seek approval from the CE to release the additional 6 million, which will be brought forward from the 2025-26 financial year. The tender price for the courts, as I said, is expected to come in this week. We are anticipating, and we do know that we will be over budget, and that is mainly because of that is all attributed to the requirement for the extra seismic upgrade required for that building. I haven't asked any questions, so through you, Mr. Chair, any questions?
Yes, great. Thank you, Mike. So the Memorial Park Aquatic Facility, so I see we've spent 100k approximately to date. So looking at the revised budget of 12 million, so approximately by February, you indicated something will be coming to this.
Yes, will be coming.
How much do you anticipate would be spent by that date?
Well, we are anticipating, so we went through and we worked out with the QS how much we would be expecting to have spent on the site. So a big part of that cost is the borehole installation. So that's a extraction and a re-injection bore. There's a large component attributed to the demolition of the QE/C building on site, and then we've allowed for preloading of the site as well. So we've allowed for a preload, so bringing in material to preload the site, getting ready for the build.
My expectation would be that we spent somewhere in the order of about $200,000 prior to coming back to council in February. Is that correct, Mike?
No, the bore contractor's been awarded, so that'll go out now. And then there's all the design fees that sit on top of that, so it'll around about the $4 million will be spent.
Mr. Drysdale.
I think in light of the meeting yesterday, I think it would be prudent to stop all spending on Memorial Park Pool at this stage. $4 million for a project that may not go ahead seems ludicrous to me. And this is all assuming that this project is actually going ahead. And I think it was very much, we don't have a final cost. We don't have any, I think you do the design and you get approval before you actually start partaking in the works of this project. And I understand it's in the long-term plan, but I'm not comfortable with that level of spending for something that is to be discussed along with a lot of the other projects coming up. And all our advice that we've had up until now is that this is not going ahead at this point until we were comfortable with the geotech and the design and this is from the Te Manawa-Taki Otapapa board. So I'm pretty disappointed to hear that we're spending a lot of money on something that effectively, you're trying to back us into a corner that because we've spent so much money, we potentially can't pull out of it. So that's that's very much, I guess, how I see that, and I guess it's in light of yesterday's meeting. On the Cameron Road, I'm just quite keen to understand what that seismic strengthening potentially sort of cost is, and again there's some pipeline in the work that they may not be required in future, so I'm just interested to know what sort of quantum that is.
So we're going to start with Cameron Road. The shortfall will be around about 800,000 for the seismic work, and the total project is 7.1 million. So there's a lot of work which has been completed in there. We've already pre-ordered all the flooring. The floorings in the facility, all the designs been completed, and so that's what we're looking at.
Oh, no, sorry, just to clarify on that, I think that it's more around the seismic strengthening, but I guess 800,000 and there's that's an overspend. It's been flagged to me that there's potentially going to be a change in the rules around seismic strengthening in the country. So that's fine.
Probably helpful to note there we've got a building consented at the moment, and it's taken a long time for us to get to the point where we could actually lodge that building consent, because there's been this ongoing discussion with technical experts about the level of work and the level of seismic strengthening that we do and don't need to do. And so we think we found the right spot now. It's just, we're just waiting on the consent to come through. We'll report back exactly what the cost of that additional work is.
Quite good to have some kind of technical. Because I'm looking at it in terms of the technicalities of why it is quite handy. Thanks. I think there was a second question there.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, just around that aquatic centre, can we, you know, get to a point where we approve it before we actually, you know, go ahead and do a lot of work and spend a lot of money?
Yeah, look, we'll report back on that, because my understanding was that we were only going to spend that which we needed to get to the point where we made a decision, as opposed to pushing on. So we'll report back on that, and the award that we made, the tender that we may have awarded, we'll have a look at that as well. So if we can put that on hold.
Thank you, Marty. Any further questions, Councillor Curran?
Mike, you also mentioned demolition of the QE2 within the time frame of February. Is that correct, or?
Well, we would actually, at this stage, 483 Cameron Road will be completed at the end of January next year, and then we would then start the demolition of QEYC and preloading of the site.
Okay, that gives me some comfort. Because in terms of potential decision not to proceed with the aquatic facility, it would seem logical to not demolish QE2. And if that was the case, hypothetically, how is that building structurally in terms of the level of service to continue to function as it is today?
So my understanding of the building is that the building is seismically prone, and it has a very low DSA rating on it, and so the reason why the council made a decision not to refurbish it was because of the cost involved in the seismic upgrade of that building that would be required.
Okay, and some information would exist around quantifying the cost. I'm not sure when that was.
Yeah, all of that was done through you, Mr. Chair. All of that work was done as part of the initial feasibility for the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre. So all of that is in hand.
So just talking with Marty, we'll get a full report on this before much goes ahead in February. So what should include demolition.
Yeah, look, I think this is one of those projects where before we advance it, before we demolish anything, before we start digging any holes or doing any groundwork, we do a comprehensive report to you, which essentially is the business case, the chronology, the options, understanding the network, the aquatics network and the recreation network, so that you can make an informed decision to proceed or not to proceed in February.
Thank you.
I'm just through the chair. Just quickly on the excuse me, the 800k, the sort of the seismic work that's over and above. Is there just a high level sort of or understanding of, you know, that's obviously quite a big number.
Of the type of work?
Yeah, just whether it's something you didn't know about the building, or whether it's more that you've got to do than you planned, or.
Yeah. So.
Sorry. Excuse me.
So it's when we purchased the building in December, there was a very high level seismic overview done, but it did require further detailed investigation. Part of the work to prepare for the building consent, we were required to do additional work, and so we have the structural engineers have advised that we are required to strengthen the floor, and there's some strengthening components in the roof joins as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Can you clarify firstly, is the total cost of Cameron Road Courts going to be, to council, going to be 32.1 million? Is that the total full cost, or?
No. We paid a sum for the building, and then there was 7.3 million which was included to convert the building to the courts. On top of that, there's an additional 800,000 that will be required. So about 8.1 million for the fit out, including the seismic strengthening.
So through the chair, you're saying that what did the 25 million that was always quoted, what was that relating to?
That was, through you, Mr. Chair. So that was the original budget, and that included the purchase price and the 7.3 for
I
the
see,
fit
so
out.
that's total, okay. And then in regards to the Memorial Park, through the chair, is there any work being done or planned to be done before the end of the financial year on the playground and associated works that are not related to the pool or the QE2 Memorial Hall?
There'll be a space in places, so I think Amanda will be able to answer that.
Not immediately.
Financial year 26, I think. The
there is some money budgeted, but it's not until about financial year 26 or 27. We can confirm that, but
6 million.
And the budget 6 million.
Yeah, okay. And then the other question I had was just in regards to what you said, Marty. Are you clear that there are no contracts that will bind us to payments before that time frame? Because we've sort of been burnt to that by some contracts. So.
In relation to Memorial Park?
Yes. Yep.
I'm not certain as a result of today's meeting, but I'm certainly going to understand what exists and what we may be able to do to manage that in a way that any investment of any significance is a decision made by council.
Marty,
thank you.
Don't talk about the EOC. Yes, Doug.
Councillor Rosenberg?
Nope. Not working? Thank you, Councillor Morris. Just in relation, going back to the Memorial Park and the report that we're going to receive, can that report include the site's proneness for liquefaction, lateral spreading, the fact that the groundwater's quite shallow, it's only a metre down, and the effect that's going to have on supposed design types, and how that groundwork could impact the total finished cost, given that our walk past at 1 Devonport Road was quite nasty. What we could be up for, and how that's going to limit the type of design that we put on that ground. Could that be in that report, please?
Yeah, and that's the technical work that I understand has been going on that I thought was going to help inform any decision in February. Correct.
So, so the design of the building, through you, Mr. Chair, is extremely complex. As I said, we need to understand the geotechnical, and we have got a solution now, which has been worked through, and it is a more cost-effective option than the original that was put forward in May of this year. The next thing we need to understand is what is the geothermal capacity because the design of the building and the plant relies on us understanding what the geotechnical investigations are and what the deliverables of a bore would be. And so all of this work, together with the design work, so we're getting to a design feasibility report, which is the report we were bringing to you in February, is all reliant on the completion of these two pieces of work, and they do incur costs. And so even if we cease to design now, you'd be making a decision based on the information that was presented to the council in May 2023 on the design, because at that point we didn't understand the geotech work, the requirement, and we didn't understand the geothermal output of a bore. And so all of these gateways come together to be able to provide you an informed decision in February next year. If we are just, if the work stops now, we will be no better informed to provide you with information than we did in May last year.
Thank you, Mike, and we'll look forward to getting the report. Further questions? Mr. Drysdale?
I guess just looking at that original report and the numbers that I've heard, which is 133 to kind of 170 million. Is it not?
No, the first report that came through, you correct, through Mr. Chair, the complete complex, including 4 indoor courts, was around the 180 million. With the courts coming out, the final budget that was approved was 122.5 million for the aquatic centre.
Okay. Well, I think maybe we need to consider that report, because I'm guessing that 122 million is probably not going to get approved in the first place, which obviously then means that the design work would not be a reasonable spend.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'll undertake to understand exactly what it is to complete the initial design work, the cost estimates and the technical work, and report back to Council at the soonest opportunity, so you can make an assessment to proceed or not. But my understanding prior to today was that it was several $100,000, which I think would be helpful investment upon which to make the decision. Now, if I can undertake to report back, I'll do that and seek guidance as to whether we proceed with the piece of work that is underway at the moment or not.
Yeah, I think, yes, thank you, Marty, and I agree with that. If it's, but it also comes down to what the scope is, and at 122 million, the design work probably is not worth spending that money, because I've heard you've got Gisborne, they built a pool for $48 million. So maybe we need to move it from Memorial Park somewhere else if we have all these issues, and that's what's causing the cost. So I think that's where we need to get to is what could we get it for, because as I say, with the financial situation we're in at the moment, I don't think this council is going to approve 122 million. So there has to be a re-scoping to be able to make that a project that's actually something that we would consider before we even consider whether the design work is worth spending the money on.
Through the Chair, yes, completely agree. The message to the team is that it's got to be south of 100. It's got to provide options and staging opportunities as well, and so that to avoid compromising what might be the best long-term outcome, I think we need to come to you with a range of different options in February that you can make a decision to proceed, to partially proceed, to stage, not to do potentially the outdoor component. And so I think the instructions are based on what has been spent around the country, what can we do locally, and we've got Mike doing his piece of work. We've also got Spaces and Places and BVL doing their piece of work to understand what the network needs and what the consequences are of us doing this or not doing this, including the options for Otamotai, potentially even keeping Memorial Park going for further. So the option for deferral is on the table as well. So I'd suggest that February report needs to be comprehensive, all-encompassing, and a range of various options for you.
We probably just need something before that to get to February, I guess.
I mean, the message has been that we really need to make sure we don't spend too much money before February. Councillor Baker.
I was just going to ask that question and kind of see if there's any possibility to get too many words. Can we get some assurance that $4 million is not going to be spent by February, considering the conversations that's just happened?
Yeah, I undertake to report back at the soonest opportunity to essentially get the guidance to proceed or not proceed with the works that we're doing currently.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. Yeah, strongly support what the Mayor said. I guess I personally think it would be helpful to try to understand why pools in other parts of the country are cheaper. Now, I've done a little bit of work on that. I'm not wanting to instruct staff to sort of do heaps of work and spend lots more money on that project, but to actually just do a bit of a simple overview of it, because the people that I've spoken to, who in some cases are very well informed around this, and in some cases include people from councils who built pools, that their comments are that we have chosen, you know, in one case the wording I think was dog of the site, and another one was that the location is the critical factor, another one is that it looks like there are things built into the project cost that shouldn't be there. I don't know if that's true, but I know the consistent message from a number of councils and councillors and from staff working on projects and consultants and people living in Tauranga who have some informed views around it, that the consistent theme is that we have somehow gone down the track of a badly scoped project. And I think, as the Mayor said, you know, obviously we can't have a scope like this. We can't get anywhere near, you know, I hear the south of 100, you know, I personally not, when I look at the financials yesterday, I mean, I think we need to be heading south a bit from there. And I think the key thing for me is to understand how can we provide community needs in the context of our current financial situation, and it needs to be a very realistic analysis that comes back to us, because some of what we've received has not, in my view, been realistic for our budget. We all, I think, want Otamotai pool, we all want a pool in Tariko, I think it's on the cards. We don't want to shut down projects that are critical for community needs, but there has to be a bit more of a comparable investment to what other councils have put in, and particularly if you could also just address in a very succinct way the 50-metre pool quandary, which is that a lot of people have talked to us since we've been elected saying they want a 50-metre pool. I know that there is a view from Swimming New Zealand, is that what it's called? Yeah, was that Sport? Sport New Zealand, around the 50-metre pool. That would probably be helpful to get, again, clearly in the public arena, just a very succinct statement to clarify the pros and cons of that, because what will often come up is that, well, you need a 50-metre pool and you need to spend a tiny amount of money, which of course doesn't sound like it'll go together very well. So I think, you know, I'm not trying to create a difficult task, but I think to try and just tease out all those things as part of what you report back would be really helpful.
Thank you. That's been noted.
Last one, it'll be short. Just a general comment, I suppose, in terms of a broader holistic thinking around how we deliver for the community and the consequences of removing assets. So we've got 2 or 3 courts, I think, at the Memorial Park at the moment. We'll add 4, but we'll take 3 away by demolition. We've been getting it in the air from the community that the basketball's already 14 courts short as we are now. So I suppose, not making any judgment on it, but I suppose the broad holistic thinking of considering the opportunity costs against, say, spending, if it's 800k or whatever, to upgrade Memorial Park. We're already committed. We do Cameron Road, where all of a sudden, we can be delivering and maintaining that community asset now. We remove it now. We know we're going to be 10 years or 5 years away before we can satisfy the delivery of community services and amenities. So hopefully in our thinking we consider those elements to how we deliver for the people that we represent. Thank you.
That's correct. Last question.
Last question. What a privilege. If I can move on to Te Manawa Taki project. So yesterday we heard in the public forum a bit of criticism in terms of not being presented with a range of options. You mentioned, Chief Executive, around this aquatic facility. So the criticism was we weren't presented with a range of options around Te Manawa Taki or Te Papa. In response to that, was it considered at the time to broaden the scope in terms of range of options, or just in response to that, please? And I've got a subsequent question too.
Councillor McCurrick, you probably remember some workshops that we had back in 2018 or 19 where we optioneered to death what was going to happen on Willow Street.
Not this council.
Yes, all of those options were considered in the decisions that were made on Te Manawa Taki. So I don't necessarily accept the fact that all options weren't explored. I think there's a stack of papers, plans, master plans and reports that go back probably 20 years about what actually has ultimately ended up on that site.
Thank you, Chief Executive, but it's more in the context of what was presented at that time. We had to make that decision on awarding the contract because that was significant in terms of the decision, and he was saying there was a lack of opportunity for this council to consider a range of options on that. What was that thought about, or it was on the track that, like you explained, the years before that we were heading down that route, and so it was either do as planned or not.
So the various options that were considered in Council's decision on the 19th of August were based around stop, proceed, deferral, and change of scope. And in the supporting information provided to Council on that day, all of those options were either considered or information was provided on the consequences of each of those.
Okay. So perhaps the criticism was not well founded. That was yesterday, that was presented. So moving on from that, we have some expenditure occurring in terms of additional groundwork to not the library community centre, but there'll be significant spending in terms of other groundwork, foundation work for the remainder of that delivery. And quoting the Mayor in terms of being pushed into the corner, I know there's a report coming to us in December around awarding a contract for the remainder of that project. So what level of comfort do you have in terms of potentially as a council that we could be feeling a sense of being pushed into the corner or not? Is there much, is it significant, the quantum of the work that's going to happen before December in terms of will we be pushed further into a corner where we'd basically be forced to accept and approve that contract in December?
I wouldn't like to think that the council will be forced to do anything, but the information in relation to the early works, early procurement and ground preparation for the CWEM was all contained in the information provided on the 19th of August, and the information that we proceed essentially that was largely sunk cost.
Councillor Carruthers?
Yeah, through the chair. I guess I don't have the same view around what was presented to us around the CWEM. I understand that we got one report from RLB quantity surveyors, which we got a publicly tabled executive summary yesterday. There were lots of questions around that report. That was all in confidential after a decision had been made on the library community hub. It was very late notice. We got it on the Friday night before the meeting. We didn't have time to do due diligence. We couldn't talk about what was in the reports and the confidential because they were in confidential. I, through good luck or whatever you call it, just happened to be in a position to get some input from an Auckland legal firm that's very well known, who contradicted the advice of Tauranga City Council. It was informal advice, but it gave me no assurance that we had good advice. The allegation was made that we were not being given a genuine opportunity, and I didn't feel I had a good grasp of what was happening at all. I think what you said, Marty, was quite correct in terms of we got presented with the consequences of progressing or stopping, or I forgot, there was a third option you said, which I've now forgotten, the library community hub, and that was the primary purpose of that. I don't think we got good advice around a change of scope. I had no idea. I guessed it was probably going to be unaffordable or not optimal to cut another floor off or something like that, but we didn't have clear advice around what we could do, given that there's nothing physically above ground of any significance on that date when we made that decision. So when I then switched that to the CWEM, and I have to put aside all the political considerations and whether I think that it should or shouldn't go ahead, or whether the majority of councillors will think it should or shouldn't go ahead. That's to me irrelevant. What I'm looking for is quality of advice, and I think what was talked about yesterday and what Councillor Kurak has brought up was referring to options when you have a huge sunk cost in a concrete pad, basically, and what you can do from that point. Can you actually sell it to someone? Can you build something else there? Can you change the scope? Can you incorporate a civic whare into part of a different design? Can you go back to an original, earlier thing that was considered in terms of the layout of the museum exhibition centre? So many questions there, but I don't believe we got options presented to us around an up-to-date, costed set of options that would be most viable to consider. And I think before the December decision, that would be what I would expect to get. I understand there was, very constrained circumstances last time we just got into office recently. The minister had made his decision, etc. But I think this time round, I would expect that we would have a much bigger range of options, and I personally still have no idea why the Ryder level Bucknell put certain costs into their advice, which to me would, given a couple of conversations I've had, seem incredibly expensive options if we were to stop it. Now, I'm not suggesting that would be the option that we would take, but I would just say that, it's good to know what all those options should be, and I believe we've been presented with incredibly inflated figures, and it'd be nice to have a more robust, and as Councillor Kurek has said previously, a sort of independent advice, because unless we have that, we're talking 153 million project all up, and if we get this wrong, if we go too big, too small, scrap it, go ahead, there's a lot of things come out of that.
I think we've had a message there we've probably mitigated this one before. I would have thought Ryder Levitt were pretty much an independent advisor. You don't think so?
No, I think we need other advice. To Chair. I think we need other advice based on the fact of what the legal advice that I got, which was informal, as I say, was that the contracts, the only way we can be bound by a contract is if there are other contracts. We didn't get all the contracts. So that's their advice to me, was that you obviously haven't seen all the contracts, or what you've been told is not what you are bound by. So that was the advice from this lawyer.
Well, if you're happy to provide that advice, that would be helpful for us. Just as a matter of note, the advice that we sought prior to this meeting cost us $60,000. So we'd like to think that we paid for high quality advice from our lawyers in relation to this. And I think I've picked up on the fact that leading into any December report and decision making, that we've got time, I think, to provide more comprehensive and wider information, and arguably roll out the individuals, RLB, and those that have prepared these reports, because largely these reports and the advice wasn't prepared by our staff. It's of such a nature that it needs to be prepared by professionals and technical experts, and so I'd like to think that we've got the opportunity of actually putting those people in front of you in December.
Right, thank you. Do we have any final questions for Mike? Thank you, Mike.
Oh, thank you.
Emily, I'll just like you to introduce yourself, please. We've met you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Emily McLean toko ingoa. I'm Program Lead for City Development, sitting in the City Development and Partnerships team. Great. We'll just flick to the next slide, please. Oh, we've got to flick a few. We missed a few with, there we go, thanks. So as Mike mentioned, I lead a team that looks after the outcomes in the City Centre Action and Investment Plan. We understand that successful revitalisation of our city centre isn't just through these major projects, but it's also about the full experience of people using our city centre. So walking to and from their vehicle into these buildings, and thinking about the other experiences of our city for right now. We also take the opportunity to look at the city as a whole, so we come up with holistic plans where necessary, thinking about things like signage and wayfinding, place naming, or other strategies where perhaps taking a project by project look is less efficient than seeing the city centre as a whole. We also work slightly different in the fact that while we hold these budgets, we rely on other parts of the organisation to deliver the projects for us in the main sense. So we work really closely with our transport colleagues and Spaces and Places to deliver placemaking, streetscape upgrades, laneway developments, things like that. Great. So I might, we can come back to the challenges perhaps at the end. Can we flick forward? Oh. If we go all the way back just to the city centre program, should start with the Durham Street. Yeah, perfect. So this is what our program looks like for this year with some of the highlighted projects called out. So this year we will be delivering the city centre public transport hub on Durham Street, which is 6 bus stops with high quality modular shelters. You can see there that we've got some issues with our budgets where we need to bring forward the majority of the construction budget for that bus stop. That was done through some reallocation of budgets in the long-term plan and will require a sign-off by the CE. We've also got the City Centre Transport Program, which is this year looking at the planning and design development for our streetscape program. So we're really aware that the majority of our streetscapes are over 30 years old and in some places aren't doing what they need them to do. So across the organisation, we're working to plan out what does good look like for our streets over the next 10 years. This is particularly picking up on the fact that we'll have new developments opening up into streets that are no longer fit for purpose. One of the key precincts in the City Centre Action Investment Plan is our Cultural and Historical Precinct. That's the area that sits up near Cliff Road Reserve, including the Elms. The project on the books for this year is the restoration of the Monmouth Redoubt banks, which are failing and need to be restored. And then in subsequent years, we will roll out a program of other developments, but we'll bring that program to the committee or to the council. And then we've got a whole bundle under public spaces. This picks up our urban public spaces, so spaces that aren't green necessarily, but places like Red Square and others. That includes the development of a laneway between Grey Street and Durham Street, and also picks up some of our other green spaces in the city centre, spaces like Aspen Reserve, developing the Green Necklace, looking at what the domain needs between now and a future development at the domain. So I'm happy to carry on through the slides unless there's questions. Next slide, please.
Yeah, just I'm interested to understand the Durham Street bus stops at about 590,000 a bus stop. What's actually involved with that work and yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to bring up my expert. So I've got Sean Geard here, City Centre Infrastructure Lead. He's got the ins and outs of that project.
Yes, so the 6 bus stops, we've got 3 bus stops that are within the current concreted area along Durham Street. So that's fairly straightforward of excavating out a fairly minor part of that concrete footpath, installing a shallow concrete footing for these new shelters that provide for a higher level of comfort while also being designed in a way that reduces the desire to dwell for extended periods of time. So trying to take that balance of, in a city centre environment, you want somewhere to wait, but you don't want somewhere that people aren't dwelling for, not a bus in particular. So those will be fairly high quality with lighting, with digital signage and the like, owing to the PT usership. We have 1 stop that will be installed in front of a new laneway, which does involve some curb and some concrete works. And then owing to the decision made on the 29th of April, we have 2 bus stops that will be sitting within the current planted area. That's where a fair amount of the cost is, owing to the filling in of current planters and rain gardens to make that suitable for a bus to stop at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can recall Durham Street being, this is around the time the University of Waikato build being engineered to an extent in order to be able to accommodate buses, and particularly electric buses. That's why there was the amount of concrete put into that. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that project? So when I hear filling in of rain gardens and that sort of thing, I'm just it just worries me a little bit that things that were designed and put in for a purpose are being removed. Now, of course, you do that if you need to, but yeah, what's going on there?
So owing to conversations, we spent quite a lot of time last year on trying to find that appropriate balance between the impacts that an intense bus facility will have or could have on surrounding businesses, with the cost and also on bus users. So that's where on the 29th of April we did present a paper trying to present those, and I'm sure that can be made available for you. But yeah, present those options. We had one option which was to install it all down that end. The adjacent stakeholders weren't aware or of the plans long term to potentially have them all there. They raised significant concerns about the intensity of that spot on their future development and on their current developments along that section. Hence the idea of spreading that a little bit more, reducing that intensity. Further down Durham Street, so still within eyesight, but a little bit more extended.
If I could just add to that, one of the reasons why an area further down towards Spring Street was attractive, for example, was that there was limited impact on an adjacent business, being it's the Spring Street car park, and has that ability to kind of contain a shelter up next to the building, unlike the other end of Durham Street.
Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, thank you. I'm aware of the difficult position you're in around that bus interchange, but can you clarify the sequence? First question is, can you clarify the sequence of will you start at the southern end or the northern end in terms of installing the shelters?
So we're working that through at the moment with the idea of constructing it over the summer Christmas period in particular, ensuring that we start construction in particular where it will be more disruptive up that northern end of town, where people won't be going to the car park building as much owing to businesses shutting down and also the university being shut down. We will be engaging with the adjacent stakeholders on the southern end of town further to ensure that we balance installation timeframes with lessening the disruption that could be observed over that time period.
And follow-up question, with the cost that the 3.5 million, that excludes the land, but presumably includes the construction of the laneway. Is that correct?
No, so that includes everything within the road corridor. So there is some concrete works associated with moving a bus stop to in front of there. However, excludes the laneway construction,
which is covered in the open spaces or the city spaces budget. If you flick back,
that's in that budget. Okay, and just to be clear, do we know what the total purchase price of both those properties adds up to?
I don't have that on me right at the moment, but we can provide that.
Because I guess there's still a strong school of thought around opportunity costs there, and we are talking many millions of dollars now. We're probably getting into double figure number, aren't we, for the total if you add the land, the construction of the laneway, the 3.5 million on the shelters. And I guess I'm not filled with confidence that when I think you used the word fairly to describe the quality of the shelters, like fairly good or something. I guess I'm thinking if we're spending a double, above the $10 million mark, I would be hoping that it would be exceptionally, or some word like that. It would be, just to make a comment.
If I'm able to clarify myself, yes, they will be high quality shelters. That's wording on my fault on my part. We are in the process of pulling together a request for proposals for fabrication of those, and would be more than happy to run through the designs of what those look like.
Further questions? Councillor Morris.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Very quick, I just got 29th of April agenda in front of me. Is that the option for the expanded Durham Street? That's the option that's being progressed at this stage, or?
Sorry, let me just pull it up. I believe it was option 2.
Option 2, thank you. Expanded Durham Street South.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, sorry, further questions?
Through you, Chair, there were a couple more slides. I'm not sure if the
No,
committee
no,
wants to.
carry on.
So this just goes into a bit more detail as to those key milestones coming up. So you can see there, looking at the purchase of 134 Durham Street, which we were speaking about before with the laneway, the commencement of those repairs to Monmouth Redoubt, working through the streetscape requirements for design, and then the construction of the public transport hub. Next slide, please. And then this is obviously the challenges and how we're responding. This does include some commentary related to the civic development project, but really we're all coming up against these same challenges. Happy to work through them or otherwise take them as read.
Councillor Kura.
Thank you. Just looking at that, the daring emission, I think, is the risk to obtain funding in terms of Te Manawataki. And I know there's a significant amount of funding that's non-TCC / ratepayer that's yet to be locked in. Can we have a bit more content in terms of that in future reporting? And what is that quantum at the moment in terms of, you know, what's locked in and what's yet or still uncertain in terms of funding that project?
We can report on that, but I think we've already reported in a preliminary fashion on that at the 19th of August, but we can bring that back to the service and provide that information.
And from the top of your head, what is that figure? Do you have some idea? And if not, when a report comes back, or can something be added to this report in terms of that issue, because it is quite critical, please?
Yeah, and the question is whether it gets reported here. It can do, I suppose, and then you've got the Finance, Audit and Monitoring Committee too that'll be probably asking the same questions. So we can provide a report and can be provided to both committees if you wish.
I'm keeping in mind that this is a committee of the whole, where others are smaller committees. I think it's significant enough to have everybody present.
Just as an aside, I think we had good information at the 19th of August. It'd be good just to maybe have an ongoing update, perhaps, just to see where that's progressed to.
And of course, you'll be aware that obviously property sales, asset sales is part of that process. So.
Further questions? No? Thank you, Emily. We might just move for a bit of a recess here. Someone like to move that?
You can just adjourn. You just
Adjourn. Sorry, if we could be back at 11:30. Oh, right.
It wasn't very good.
Wasn't the rain?
Well, I'm wondering if it was, because it rained.
Yeah,
Was it not coming through on
Why?
This is a very shallow rock. There's not much space between the ceiling and the roof.
Yeah, so.
Ooh, excuse me.
Yeah, we have one of those ones, the one, with the hot.
Just
I'm not
get
sure.
them on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's why.
Sorry, Rod, I was trying to bring them in. Could see that.
Just filter out from the
Sorry,
text
sir.
we have. But unless something happens when it stands.
Yeah, we put it in the, sometimes we put it in the fridge overnight. Yeah, I'm not sure that it, but the one at the regional council is okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, alright. Well, you think it's the same water, right?
This is apparently everyone can hear our conversation online at the moment.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was,
Should be, shouldn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, well, we're about to start again. Oh, righto, call the meeting back to order, please. Righto, we'll carry on with the presentation of the projects, and I'd like the next speaker to introduce herself. Thank you.
Morena, my name's Amanda Davies. I'm the manager for the Spaces and Places Project Outcomes team. So what does that mean and what do we deliver? So we deliver both a huge range of projects across the city, primarily focused in community facilities and community amenities. We've got quite a diverse portfolio from community centres and kind of facility builds right through to small walkways, playgrounds, path improvements and connections. So quite a diverse portfolio. Just wait for the slides to... come back up. There we go. So some of the examples of some of the projects that the team's got underway for this financial year. We're making really good progress out at the Alice Johnson Pavilion out at Gordon Spratt Reserve. So that's a new sporting facility, club rooms that's being built out there at the moment. Team's on track to have that open in December this year before Christmas. We've just completed the construction of the new car park facility at 160 Devonport Road on behalf of the City Centre team. And we've also just completed stage one of the Lynx Ave artificial turf development, which was the construction of a new car park facility to enable us to undertake the work on the balance of the reserve when we have to do some work to the existing car parking facility there for the club. And one of the big milestones we've hit this week is around the Maryvale Community Centre. So in the last couple of months we've demolished the old facility, which was definitely beyond its best, and we've established them in a temporary facility across the road at Surrey Grove Park, and they're moving into that facility this week to help service their community while the build goes on. So that's a pretty big milestone on that particular project. We've also got some enabling works happening on that site. So once we've demolished the building, we're in there moving wastewater pipes and all sorts of stuff to unlock that site so we can get in there and start construction. Some of the other items, next slide please. So some of the other key projects we've got going on this financial year in terms of our program, we're undertaking quite an investment program around our active reserves in terms of providing additional capacity. So along with the Alice Johnson Pavilion project, we also have some reserve improvements happening at Blake Park, Pemberton Park and Gordon Spratt Reserve, which is around the playing fields in those facilities and improving the use we can get out of them. And we're also into the first stage of the implementation or the design around the Bay Park Master Plan project, which is that looking at relocating netball from Blake Park to Bay Park and building them a facility that will enable their sport to grow. In terms of the community centres, we've got 2 big community centre projects on this financial year. So the Maryvale Community Centre, which I spoke to before, and we also have the Gate Park Community Centre project, which is entering into the consenting phase at the moment. We also have a huge variety of smaller projects that we deliver as a team, which are made up of improvements that happen through our asset renewals and also the action and investment plans that we have in place. Some of those examples are the reserve redevelopment work that's happening at Waitaha Reserve in Welcome Bay at the moment, and we also have some reasonable playground improvement works in places like Emerald Shores and Papamoa. We do a lot of accessibility improvements around the city and also a lot of walkway and cycleway projects and connections and improving the connectivity around the city. Next slide. In terms of spend this year for this financial year, I can probably just take that as read. As you can see, we do have a significant program that sits in that balancer program, and that's quite a collection of a vast variety of projects that sit within that 36 million. Next. In terms of our delivery, we've gotten off to a good start this year. Like I said, Maryvale's on track at the moment with that demolition work and the temporary facility being established. The Gate Park Community Centre, we've completed all the property purchases there now. The only little thing we're looking there at the moment is we are looking at additional parking provision on site, which has delayed us lodging our consents. And that's after a community meeting that we had, that we got pretty strong feedback that they wanted to look at some additional parking provision on that site. Complex 2 at the historic village. So if you've been out to the village, you would have seen there's a lot of construction hoarding around that central block. That's kind of one of the anchor buildings in the historic village. Work on that particular project is almost complete, and we're on track to have that open in February 2025. Links have artificial turf. Like I said, stage 1's been completed, and we're currently just confirming, working through pricing with the contractor at the moment to proceed with stage 2, which is the installation of the artificial turf and the expansion of parking facilities on site. And we're also progressing with the design and consent for the Bay Park, first stage of that Bay Park master plan, which is just around the moving of netball to that site from Blake Park. Yeah. Next slide then. Some of the challenges we face as a program, there's some reasonably similar themes. Project funding, we get our funding for our projects from a variety of sources, so not only council funding, we do have some projects that are Waka Kotahi funded, and we also get a lot of external funding from external funding agencies. So the skate park's a really good example of that, where we got funding from lotteries and some of the gaming trusts and other community support organisations in the city. We tend to work in areas that can have some unique and challenging permitting requirements. We've just recently worked through an issue on the Papamoa Shed Path, for example, where we had to proceed with getting a wildlife permit because we were disturbing lizard habitat by going through the dunes, and that took 8 months for us to achieve that permit, which was not something the project team was anticipating. We frequently work on constrained sites as well, and not just in terms of infrastructure, but we've got some good examples of projects. For example, we're working on the Matua Otumatai Shed Path at the moment. In that particular project, we've got archaeology right on its boundary. We're dealing with underground services in the form of asbestos water pipes. We've got private property. We've got a seawall and a constrained coastal environment. So the team are pretty good at looking at ways to do those development works, working in those constrained sites and trying to deliver them in a cost-effective manner. And by the nature of our work, we do a lot of stake engagement with our stakeholders. We have some pretty passionate people in the community that even the $200,000 projects and the smaller projects we deliver, they have pretty strong opinions and aspirations about what we can achieve as part of those projects. So we're constantly working that balance between what can we achieve through our projects and meeting those community expectations. I guess any questions?
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora. Thank you for that. Just doubling back to the Bay Park Master Plan Netball Centre kaupapa. I guess what was our rationale with, what's the word? Providing such investment in netball as opposed to other outdoor or indoor sports, I guess particularly basketball, considering it's one of the highest growing sports in our community with people that play. We've got more players that play that particular sport as well.
Yeah, so the team, the wider Spaces and Places team, do quite a lot of work around kind of use and future planning, and they are two quite different types of facilities. So obviously, with the indoor courts, obviously you have to have a building and a timber surface, whereas what we're providing for netball is asphalt courts outside, quite a different type of user experience and courts. They are really constrained at Blake Park at the moment. They're also a growth sport. I don't know if you've been past Blake Park on a Saturday morning, but with rugby, cricket and netball all operating off that site, particularly during winter, it's a pretty constrained site, particularly in terms of the users and the user experience there, and the sport can't grow at the moment in terms of Tauranga. So it's just an opportunity to allow them to have growth and two different types of court facilities.
And I'll probably just to provide clarity, because I've heard from members of the community that netball's going to have more autonomy over this new facility as opposed to something that's the BVL. BVL operates and manages. Is that true, or will that still be a BVL run facility?
No, netball. No, netball run facility. So we're working through that agreement at the moment. But yeah, it's going to be a netball administered facility while it sits within the wider BVL side.
Okay. And so will we be looking at providing that opportunity to other indoor sports for fairness and equity, considering some of the bigger players in the indoor space?
I'm going to defer to Alison on this one.
Morena. I'm Alison Law, I'm Spaces and Places Manager. So with regard to the arrangement with netball, that's correct. We're entering into an agreement where netball predominantly run the facility within Bay Park, but alongside what else is happening at that facility as a whole. And we've agreed on a hierarchy so that as far as establishing what other activities can happen in that space, netball would come first, and then community sport, and then events, and BVL and netball will work really closely basically to make sure that we maximise the capacity at Bay Park and what we can achieve there. As far as moving forward with other sports, it's not a typical arrangement. It was because of the desire to help netball grow and the need to be able to move them from Blake Park to Bay Park to enable the wider network to work well. So at this stage there isn't any set out desire for us to enter into similar arrangements with other sports, but that's not to say it is, I guess, a case by case basis as we go, and we look at what works best for the sport and the facility. Generally we will try to make facilities and spaces multi-use and shared to make them sustainable. And although netball is running their facility, it's still very much a multi-user space, but we've allowed netball to retain some autonomy there.
I just, sorry, I keep asking supplementary questions without requesting, sorry, Councillor Taylor, Chair. Last question before I hand it on is, are we just thinking about value for money, current financial constraints, developments that are underway, potentially not underway as well? Is there scope to reimagine the agreement that we have so that way it's a lot more fair and equitable across all indoor sports, because it just doesn't seem fair, although the constraints on Blake Park, to have netball have so much autonomy over a designated space when there are other indoor kind of sports that equally need that as well, of which have a high number of users. So it might be worth us exploring some way that we can make that get better bang for buck, because we've received proposals for other different things, and it's just money that we don't have, but maybe there's a way that we can blend outcomes for multiple users in different codes now, rather than trying to retrofit something later.
If I can just Oh, sorry. If I can just respond a little bit back to your original question as well and go on from there. So the master plans as a whole were to unlock all of our larger active reserves across the city and ensure that we got the most use and multi-sport happening across all of our spaces in a constrained land environment. So by moving netball from Blake Park, it enables us to invest into the high performance sport fields there, increase our cricket provision and our football provision, and also as Amanda touched on, as far as the safety alongside the parking and how busy it is on Friday and Saturday nights there. So then moving them to Bay Park enables all that extra use at Blake Park. It provides growth for netball. There are some covered courts there, so it's being done in a staged way. So there will be 3 netball courts that are covered, but we're future proofing it, so it'll end up with 9 covered courts. And again, netball has first offer at that, but then the intention is that other sports could use that as well. So it does make more space available. And then also, as part of the long-term plan, there is provision for further indoor court expansion. So there's an intention to expand the indoor courts at Bay Park, so alongside the existing arena extension. At this stage it has been pushed out a bit further, and then as we've talked earlier around the Cameron Road courts. So at the time that we build the arena extension, we've also signalled investment into a badminton facility which takes badminton out of our network, so it frees up some courts and also provides another community use. So all of those things combined, when we build the indoor expansion at Bay Park, we are on a par with where we want to be for our service levels for indoor court space.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Hi, thank you. I'm just interested, sort of following up on Tapu's question there, is does netball currently contribute any fees to the council for use of those courts?
Yes, they do. So at the moment where they're at Blake Park, they own the building and lease. They have a land lease, so it's minimal. I think their current lease annual is about $1,200 a year. When they move to Bay Park, they're paying a more commercially orientated rent. That agreement is still in public excluded, so I can't go any further than that, I'm sorry, but it is substantially more than what they're currently paying at Blake Park.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to follow on a bit from Councillor Baker. So when they're provided at the moment, will there be multimodal use painted on those courts straight away, so they're available to others, and what sports have been considered?
So at the moment, we're at the detailed design we're working with has just been with netball to make sure we get that base level right, but the intention is to get other stakeholders around the table with netball to establish what else could be used on that courts. I guess speaking on behalf of netball, they have been very clear the whole way through that they want this to be well-used, multi-use sport, and they want to see community sport do well across Tauranga.
And just the nature of the covered court, so what does that look like? Are they just a standard?
Yes, it's essentially just a roof, stretched membrane roof with no sides. Yeah, but it comes down enough to stop driving rain in. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Curran.
It's not related to netball, if there's no other questions. It's a minor one, just around the obstacles to project delivery in terms of the issue around the lizards and the sand dunes. What triggered that, just out of interest?
So when we were doing consultation, we had an original alignment as part of that particular project, which saw us trying to avoid going through the natural dune area and taking out part of the shoulder on coming closer to the road edge on Papamoa Road. The feedback from the residents is they were not happy with the loss of parking provision or the shoulder on that side of the road, so we looked at an alternative, and the only alternative available in that area was to actually do this boardwalk structure that went up through the dune area, which is a natural significant area. So that triggered the requirement then, because we were disturbing that habitat, to have to go and seek a wildlife permit from DOC.
And how was DOC in terms of its approach to that consent?
We got there, it took 8 months.
That's one of the reasons that we're looking at doing a global
permit,
consent. So we'll be able to have a consent that enables us just to do the work as we need across the dune system.
Councillor Morris?
Thank you. Please, for the record, don't tell Doc about my dad who used to drive a tractor through that exact spot with a mower on the back of it to make the view better. In terms of the netball again, I see the cost there in 25. What's the total cost of the demolition of the existing courts on Blake Park and relocation to Bay Park? And that's spread over more than 1 year, I would imagine. What's the total cost of that project?
Yeah, so the budget that's in the 46 million that's currently sitting in the LTP allocated to Blake Park at the moment is also for, not only for netball and the support system, there's supporting infrastructure that needs to go with that in terms of Bay Parks. There's a new Swine Road and access in and out of Truman Lane and some transformer upgrades, other bits and pieces that go through that as well. But there's also some additional provision in there for Speedway and what that might look like in terms of how that site functions. Approximately, if I had to take a broad brush to it, approximately half of that is for the netball, so it's about 20 million with some reasonably healthy contingency in there, sitting in there for the relocation of netball and the supporting infrastructure. So there's additional car parking and other bits and pieces because we're taking that amenity away from the wider Bay Park and the Mercury Arena operation to supplement that. In terms of Blake Park and the remedial work there, we're currently just having a look at the condition and the state of the current netball building. We're getting a building condition assessment done of that as well. That'll inform what potentially it could be from a future community use option. And we're also exploring what potentially we could do with some of those existing asphalt courts, although the intention is to have greater provision for cricket on the site.
Pivoting to the Maryvale Community Centre, I can remember a few years ago some high net worth individuals coming into council and saying they were going to fund the capex of that project. Did they contribute in the end, or is that rates funded?
It's a combination, so there is some external funding as part of that as well, and it's predominantly rates funded.
Do you have any idea around the level of the external funding?
I would need to come back.
Significant?
I would need to come back and confirm that for you. It's from 3 or 4 different sources, so
right, okay.
It's a combination of funding. Yeah.
Councillor Crowther.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, do you have the total cost? You said approximately 20 million for the reallocation of netball. What would be the total cost to transform Blake Park and Bay Park, sort of all up with all the bits and pieces for Speedway and Truman Lane works, etc.?
So the budget to do everything at Bay Park at the moment is 46 million. I need my glasses.
Oh, that's just for Bay Park?
That's just for Bay Park, including the improvements for Speedway. For Blake Park, there's 11 million set aside for Blake Park at the moment, but that's over the term of the LTP, and that includes the the Mount Sports Hall as well as funding grant for that.
I have another question, but before I ask the question, maybe I think it'd be helpful to us, based on some questions, ideally, wherever possible, to have the total project cost as maybe another column, so it's not just directed to the two of you there, but to, I guess, basically everyone presenting, if maybe the Mayor and Chief Exec sort of talk about that, because I think that would give us a good understanding of if something's just partly in this year and there's a big chunk of it in another year or whatever. In terms of my other question, is getting back to the netball one again. I know you did a lot of work with stakeholders, and just an observation that my understanding is about 5,000 odd people play netball there, so we're talking a significant chunk of the population. And I also note in regards to Councillor Baker's comments, which I also support, that my understanding is at secondary school level the most popular sport is netball. and then it's followed by basketball, and then I believe it's volleyball, and then rugby close together. So we can't kind of pick winners or favourites. We have to try to provide for all of them, and I know you've tried to do that in your plan or strategy or whatever it was. I guess my concern is you've engaged at that level. Have we got a good grasp of what the downstream impacts could be? And I'm aware of the sort of, one of the GMs uses the phrase quite often, the unintended consequences, and I'm just thinking in terms of transport and so on. Even right down, you could say, to carbon emissions from people getting to and from sports. And I'm aware of situations which I'm sure are very common, where you have Friday night or Saturday morning, you know, someone playing hockey in the family, someone playing netball, concurrently go to a central location. Then you might have, you know, a situation in the past where there would be hubs. So you might have a Papamoa hub, a western side of the city hub, and an eastern side around the mount. You know, have you worked through all those options and got good community engagement? Do you feel you have an understanding of what the public want, or is this still a bit of a work in progress that we might want to pick up?
Do you want to start? I can.
It's probably a mix of both. Like we want to have a network that enables hubs in some places, but we also need to have bigger facilities, particularly for larger sports such as netball, and they are the fastest growing sport. But also going back to what I was saying about wanting to have multi-use facilities. So we're not big enough in a city to be all things to all people. So we need to get that balance right between having some major facilities that people do need to travel to, and what we can do in a smaller neighbourhood area to enable people to participate without needing to travel. There has been discussion around what you've just said around people go to Blake Park at the moment and they do multi-sport, and now they have to go to Bay Park. But on the flip side of that is there's still people from the other side of the city that are coming to Blake Park, and Bay Park's now closer. So I think it's a mix of what you're saying, and as far as community conversation goes, I guess that's that wider conversation is not just around sport per se, and how do we get that balance right and enable people to be able to move well around the city and do what they need to.
So, yes, do you want to talk about Bay Park?
Yes, supplementary to that. Yeah, thank you. I suspect I know the answer because you've been flat out with all the other stuff, but have you actually started conversations looking at maybe working with a transport team or even with regional council around the movement of people? So when you have thousands of people going to hockey or netball on a Friday, often starting at peak hour, and then you have the Saturday morning sort of issues around Tututa Street, some of which will now be alleviated, because I'm aware of the parking situation at Blake Park now, and it was nice, by the way, of council to provide median strips for parking there, some extra parking. But I am concerned that we sort of have a strategy that says live, learn, work, play in our community. We have a reality that says everyone gets in a car and drives through a traffic jam to get to play sport. And it'd be really nice to, in my view, to start moving in that direction to look at, can we do even just a marketing campaign to encourage sharing of rides, because it is something people probably would see benefits from.
Certainly when we're doing the major site redevelopments, public transport's been one of our key drivers. So at Bay Park, for example, one of the limitations of that site at the moment is the buses won't go there because they have to drive in the entrance, drive into the site and drive out, and the feedback from regional council is it's too long, they can't get in there. So one of the key projects, and this is what I was talking about, the supporting infrastructure that we want to do as part of the netball move, is the creation of a secondary entrance off Truman Lane, which pulls into a bus turnaround or bus car parking area, which is right out front Bay Park Arena. And part of that is to encourage public transport and public transport use, and also connect into the walking and cycleway infrastructure that's just been installed by Waka Kotahi as part of the B2B, because there's the stairs that actually come down at the moment and are a bit and kind of end up kind of almost nowhere. So a lot of thoughts going into how people are getting to the sites and what improvements we can make on those sites to make them operate better.
Yeah, through the chair, through the last two long-term plan processes, the sport and recreation community, could you say, rose up and spoke, and by far the greatest number of submissions came from the sport and recreation and social sector. And I think probably to do the sector itself and the facilities and the investment, we could spend easily a day workshopping and visiting some of these sites. Perhaps it might be something that we look to do between now and Christmas, or certainly early in the new year, so that you not only understand the master planning process, but also I think the range of different facilities and the investment that we've got planned. So because I think if we look at changing some of these projects and the sequence and the investment, it's probably helpful if we understand all the rationale for the investment in the first place, and then the consequences of doing something different.
Thank you. Councillor Morris, did you have a...
Yeah, thank you. There's no current master plan for Gordon Spratt, Alice Johnson, that's been done recently? I don't think there is there?
There is a plan. We've got the master plans that were the Domain, Blake Park and Bay Park. Yeah. So when we talk master plans, that's kind of set. Yeah. But there is an overall plan for Gordon Spratt around what we need to achieve facility-wise to enable football to continue to be able to grow, potentially where we might be able to relocate rugby in the future. So we do have a plan, yeah.
But not at the same level as, or allocated investment as the others, is it?
Well, not allocated investment as much as the others, because there's already so much, there's not as much that needs to happen at Gordon Spratt to make it be what it can be, whereas the others have been a lower baseline, I guess, so needed more investment. There's been with the pavilion and the upgrade of all the fields and other work that we've done in the netball shelter, new amenity facility that's coming, and the upgrade of the existing building, that starts to make Gordon Spratt, well, that will make Gordon Spratt where it needs to be, other than future land purchase to enable further growth.
Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you, through you, the Chair. So I should have started at the beginning. I think you guys have all done a great job, actually. When I was working in council, I had a little bit to do with this piece of mahi, and the consultation and engagement that the organisation undertook was, I guess in my opinion, was pretty exceptional, and that was reflected through community feedback as well. So considering constraints, budgets and whatnot, yeah, it's a pretty some pretty awesome mahi, and I also want to acknowledge to our council's leap of faith or step out, and the relationships that we started to build, the reciprocal relationships that we started to build and acknowledge with our Māori sports clubs too, you know, and the relationship and work that we're trying to do with balancing, supporting the mahi and what they do, considering who owns the land and kind of all of those sorts of things in place. So I think all of that's really great work too, and stuff that we can build upon. So I guess my question, that's a tangent to what's been presented here, it's just an update on where we're at with Arataki. I know that we've had conversations, and there was something in the media a couple of years back, perhaps Barbara, you have a bit more of an insight onto where we were at with the Arataki Sports Club conversation, and secondly, through my election campaign, have heard quite clearly that the Waipuna Park facility is probably out. It's not big enough for what the community is needing, and if there's any conversations happening to, I guess, improve that facility in any way or make it more accessible and stuff like that. So yeah, so Arataki and Waipuna Park.
So we recently did engagement around Arataki and what development could happen there. So there's some further work looking at shared facility and what that could, what we should be able to do there. But I actually think there's budget there for it at the moment. Yeah. So that would need to be something that would be considered in future LTPs to be supported. Waipuna, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I need to come back to you on that.
Councillor Schuler. Just quickly, thanks, Chair. I just wonder, and just high-level thinking, but if there is the option in your negotiations with netball, and ignorant of what they are or what that looks like, but if there's the option of keeping those covered courts managed by Tauranga City Council, so that they could be used across some of those other users that use Bay Park. Certainly, I know. Well, and also, just a quick clarification, I think pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the world. We're all a bit behind there, but basketball, volleyball, I think futsal are all big users. So I don't know, obviously the grounds and the surfaces are different, but those could be ways that we can deliver across on a fair and even basis across multi-mode, which I know you say is a key thing. Just an idea.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Right, now we're into waters, and this is Kelvin here.
My name's Kelvin Hill. I'm the manager for water infrastructure outcomes. So within my team, I manage a group of people that have the... apologies. I'll start again. Morena, Kelvin Hill. I'm the manager for water infrastructure outcomes. Within my team, we manage the planning for infrastructure, the actual delivery, physical delivery. We also have an engineering services that provide the mechanical, electrical and SCADA systems for our operational team. So it's quite a diverse group. So it's quite a pleasant surprise to be able to show you something above ground, because most of my work is below ground, you don't actually see it. But there's a couple of neat photos up here. Dam 5 is about a $4.5 million project. It's being built to service development growth and provide that stormwater retention. Timanga Wastewater Treatment Plant is where we're spending lots of money at the moment upgrading that plant. So the picture there is a clarifier. I put this one in, it's a little bit old, but it actually shows the significance of the construction. The actual, at its present point, the walls have actually been constructed on there. We do have a few councillors going out to have a look at the site, I believe, on Thursday, so you'll get to see that. And at Timanga, we've got an ongoing project for a number of years, and I'll explain a couple of things as we go through. Next slide, please. So this project, Opal Drive, is another key one. It sits out in Papamoa. It sits within a very built-up area, so it's very much a constrained site. It's in its early construction, only started in August. You can get a feel for the price, only $29 million. It's pivotal for that area out there and for receiving wastewater. I would say it's had a few problems in the last month. One in particular has just come to light as we found a bit of asbestos out there. So we're treating that obviously quite seriously, getting it checked out, and hopefully only hold the project up for a couple of days. The render shot on the right hand side is actually what the plant looks like in detail, both above and below ground. But it gives you an idea of the size of that project. Next slide, please. So there's a work program. So it's about 116 million for this year. That's about 60 million for wastewater, 40 million for water supply, and about 15 million for stormwater. Just a bit of a breakdown. Again, that's just July snapshots. That's only the first month, so don't read too much into that. I suppose I'm fortunate enough sitting here, I've got a bit of a handle on where we are now, a little bit further along. We're reasonably confident we'll hit our target to finish the majority of these projects by the end of the year. Go to the next slide. So just on this traffic lights, you get to see a little bit of things. Why Opal Drive, again, because it started a little bit later in August, why it's yellow is we're actually looking to spend more money than we have in the budget this year. We need to be able to bring some money forward. That's why it's shown as yellow. And the reason for that, the project managers have sat down, figured out how they can pick the time up and move forward. In terms of Timanga, there are two parts to Timanga. So the clarifier showed you is going really well. Head of project, under budget. The other project which has caused us some real concerns is the biofilter out there, bioreactor. The foundations, which are quite pivotal for that area, it's in I suppose a geological feature of the whole area is around liquefaction. So there's been a hope of 3,000 piles put into the ground to provide a base foundation. So some of those piles are not ended up in the correct place, so we're in discussions with our contractor around how they're going to fix that. We've got about 3 different options on the go at the moment. Next one, thank you. So if I look at the challenges we face with, obviously there's the whole thing around water well done. Now for us it's business as usual. We've got a program planned ahead for the next 3 years. The only interesting one is when they put the regulations around what will be regulated. What extra cost is that going to put on each council? We don't know that at this point, but I just want to flag that up as a potential thing going forward. Obviously pressure on budgets, more for less. I think one of the things we did was we set up a panel just over 12 months ago, which is a panel of construction, both Tier 1 and Tier 2 construction organisations within the Tauranga region, also a set of consultants on a panel. The idea is to work with them on a multitude of options around how projects are managed and priced. So early contractor invention is one that seems to work quite well on some projects. Others, it could be around working in a collaborative environment to actually come up with a final scope design and then know that we've dealt with a lot of the risks. Obviously, we are constrained a little by Waka Kotahi, so we are linked obviously to our transport partners. There's a couple of projects obviously which are at the moment on hold, so therefore we were looking to coordinate and do an upgrade to our services on Cameron Road, for instance. There's 2 parts to it. There's a development part, which is obviously future-proofing the system as growth comes about, and that's probably 10 years away. But there's also a component about upgrading some of our water pipes, so we're going to try and do that at the same time. With the delay now in Cameron Road, we're just reassessing what we do in that spot. Obviously, it makes sense to go and do things once, not going there twice, and that's something we're working through with the transport team. And the last one there is obviously around the growth around our LTP, making sure that we can actually deliver, the market can deliver what we want. And there's also, that's the other thing, is around making sure that we can take our partners along with us. And these 2 panels have been designed to try and encourage those particular businesses to grow their personnel and scopes. But to do that, you need to be able to give them a good forward work program. It's one of those things, if you go from job to job and just price each one, you won't get a good outcome. This could be a good outcome for our community in terms of employing people locally. So those are the 4 challenges I have within water. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd just like to say well done, because all I've heard is how good our waters are and how good our team is. So that's a really good thing. I guess it's probably a little bit more to just this presentation, but there's about 1.4 billion earmarked for waters in the long-term plan. And I'm just interested to sort of get a high-level breakdown as to, what's renewals, what's kind of growth, what's sort of driving that investment, and yeah, why do we need to do it? I guess would be great.
Yeah, I think we can follow that with a more detailed report next time around, and we've got that information at hand, so it's not.
Yeah, it's really just an understanding as to kind of the breakdown between how much is just general maintenance and renewing of that 1.4 and what is new projects that's opening up growth, etc. Just a high level breakdown. We don't need a line by line item, but yeah, it'd be great.
That's fine.
Okay.
Councillor Morris.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. With regard to Opal Drive, there's a couple of different completion dates in the material there, April 26 and February 26. What's that mean? What's the difference between the two?
It's probably a typo. If it's a mistake, it should be April 26 is what we're working to at the moment.
Are we, sorry, are we on track there? It might be a couple of days lost, but are we on track?
We're on track, and as you heard me say, there's an opportunity for us to actually spend more money this year than we actually planned, so yeah.
Further questions? You got off lightly, Calvin. Thank you.
That's all right. Nice way to be. Thank you.
Kia ora everyone. My name is Mike Seaborn, I'm the Head of Transport, and this is Cameron Barnes, a recent import from Australia, so excuse his manners. And he's our Outcomes Delivery Manager today. So just straight off the bat, just want to apologise for our presentation. We've got 3 slides in here that should not be in here. So that's slide 26, 27, 28. We're part of a draft that made it into the final and then presented to you. So with your leave, I'd like you to ignore them, and we could probably move on to slide 29 if you're comfortable with that. Through you, Mr. Chair.
I think we have an amended set, Mike, so I think they've been taken out.
Thank goodness for that.
Now you've gone
Yeah. Nothing to see here, councillors. Councillors, this is, I guess, both Cameron and I's sort of 3rd or 4th month in the job. So this meeting is our first outing with our projects and whatnot. And from our team's response to putting this information together, the project highlights that you've got in front of you are very much the things that our team are proud that we've actually been able to deliver in a complicated and sometimes challenging environment. And the Arataki Bus Hub, which is currently under construction, was a challenging process, both from engaging with the community perspective, understanding the requirements and needs from a regional council perspective, and given my previous role, I can understand it from that perspective. And also then making sure that we're good to our neighbours as we go along, because we have some complicated neighbours at times, and this project has finally reached that construction phase. I think just to step back from this hub is an important part of the transport network. You've got growth out east, you've got a major highway flowing through this particular area. You've got a kind of a ladder network of systems and networks around, transport networks around a highway versus a local road versus quite clearly a residential area. So it's challenging to get things in like this. And this is a central piece around our network with Bayfair in the mix as well. So if I remind you again around UFTI, UFTI has us looking at a through routing in a city that's anchored in around the west, out to here and then through the CBD, and that's sort of our planning framework for understanding what's important and what isn't. This is the other end. So a bit like a dumbbell, there's 2 ends to it, and one's out in the west and one's out here, and we're connecting that together with investment and projects, and this is very much a significant one in that regard. So the Arataki Bus Hub from that perspective is quite important to us, and we're pleased to see that it's underway. Just moving through to the other highlights pages. What you can see there is a bit of a diet of, we could probably move to the next slide, raised pedestrian crossings, not always everyone's favourite piece of infrastructure, but also cycleways and connecting what is a cycle network within Tauranga City. So what these things do isn't just help to reduce the safety risk for pedestrians and cyclists in these areas, they also connect things together. So these are areas where people were crossing the road. They did come down cycle paths or walking paths, and between the parks and facilities we just heard described earlier, and then enable people to navigate what is as a road corridor and potential transport route. So in the previous sort of GPS period, these things were a priority and important, and Council reacted to that by having a comprehensive program of that. And what you're seeing is the tail end of that now, as we switch into the new GPS period. So these highlights will change as we go through and move into the new GPS period. And again, some of the other components of what's a highlight is, in the next slide, is some of our improvements in and around our roundabouts. Traditionally not very great for cyclists and active mode users. And how do we make that an easier area to traverse whilst carrying 20,000 plus vehicles a day, being next to Gordon Spratt Reserve, all very peaky demands in the morning and the evenings, and how do we enable people who are cycling or walking or have mobility issues in and around these quite significant pieces of infrastructure. And snuck right in the middle there is our bus stops. These are the less fancy ones that you heard about, the high quality ones that we're having in town. These are the ones that are cheap and cheerful. We've put 140 of these in over the last 3 years. About 400 of them were looked at, cleaned, and we improved the signage and the access to them. Again, the prevailing winds in the GPS were to invest in this space, and Tauranga, and in my previous role we gratefully accepted the improvement in that for bus users. And so we made that environment better. Is the job finished or done or complete? No. But at the same time, there was a significant effort to get these things in. And a bus stop takes a similar amount of conversation at times as a pedestrian crossing or something else. Even small things engage our communities, and they want to know what's going on, and they want to understand why it's there, how it's supposed to be there. So the level of effort the team has to put in just on small things can often equal some of the bigger stuff. So, and I think it's a bit of a testament to the particular program manager for this, and that there was quite a lot of perseverance involved to getting our neighbours okay with what we were trying to do. It wasn't perfect, but at the same time, there was a lot of effort put in and quite a lot of achievement. So those are the sorts of highlights from the program as we see them now. And as you can imagine, the changes in GPS, we've got some challenges, but I'll leave it to Cam to talk about the next ones. And the key projects we've got on the next tables are sort of our significant ones, or ones that we think we should bring to your attention. Happy for feedback around whether we've got the right mix or the right information. Key point to note is that in the preparation of these slides, we don't have the same level of financial information that you need in these slides, and you can come to expect in future slides. The GPS and the NLTP announcement have sent us slightly sideways on understanding the impacts of those financials. So we'll bring them to you in the next meeting or in between. But these are certainly the ones that we'd like to give you a bit of an update around in terms of their performance and going forward. I think that's it from me.
Cool. With respect, through Chair, hello to you all, and thank you for having me back. I'm actually not Australian, born and raised in Palmerston North, but have moved back here to embrace the Tauranga lifestyle. So, Torakura Drive, as you know, this is part of the Western Expansion Program and works that go out there with Tauriko West and enabling the movement and growth around the Tauranga Crossing development out there. We're actually under a judicial review for this project. The developer has gone a little heavy-handed in ensuring that we meet our side of the things, which is fine. We're happy to work with partners under whatever arrangement we have. The obligations here are complex, to say the least, in terms of integration with a state highway development just up the road. We don't have any pretty pictures for you on this one, but it is, I'm sure you're all aware of where we're talking about here. One of the things that broke our heart a little bit in the NLTP funding is the lack of funds for the bus hub to be built on TCL land there. However, we are looking at the rescoping of that process. The designer just reached a point where TCL was happy with what we were proposing to integrate with their stage 3. It did take a little bit longer, hence the orange we had there on the costs and the time. So that design had drawn out past our first best endeavours milestone in that judicial review. However, we took our time to get it right and ensure that we're meeting the standards for integration with the NZTA network. The scope, as we noted there, the bus facility project is actually not going to proceed or is not funded under the NLTP at this point in time. It's not a no, it's just a not right now. So the idea is how do we keep our network flowing and improving and also generate value for money around that development. So we're looking at redesigning the scope of that a little bit to facilitate on-street bus holdovers and bus loading points, and we're doing it with our regional partners, with regional council partners as well. It's probably best if I'll give you a chance to answer questions on each one of these as we go through if you need to. Anything on that one specifically?
Thank you. What is the total cost as of the agreed, what TCL supported before we learnt the latest need to rescope that project?
I believe the cost was 14 million total that was funded and co-funded. Yep. So total project budget as you'd requested.
Yep.
That was at that $14 million mark. We'll probably go to 15 north if we really proceeded. However, we're actually looking to reduce that scope because if we're not including the bus hub, should be significant savings to come back on that.
Yeah. And just a supplementary, how much of that would be the actual kind of infrastructure around the shelter and that shelters and things like that, and how much would be actually changing entrance? I'm not familiar with the project, but I presume it would require changes to the entrance and exits.
Through the chair, the cost of the actual bus shelters is extremely low. So we're looking more at the cheaper scale bus shelters you saw here rather than our city centre infrastructure. So they are more functional. People transition from those stops very quickly. The frequency of services is really quite robust. But the integration points that when you come back to the TCL land, we do what is called the throat only. So it's a slight turn in. From deviation from actual travel paths of the main road, it's about 4 metres. So we don't actually build into TCL land. It's actually just signalising the intersections that are currently there and widening one that's slightly further up. So our main cost of that works will be the strengthening of the main roads. There's significant heavy traffic that comes along those roads. So it's actually increasing the depth of base there, ensuring that our water assets that are on there are protected as well, and that we have the minimum throat links to access the roundabout, which may be upgraded in the future, which is integration to Highway 29A, I think it is, the Taurika West. So they expect a significant, obviously 30,000 new homes out in that area and transitioning through that space. We need to increase the lane widths at future date. It's expanding that road corridor to meet that.
Now I have another supplement. So just to be clear, we're saying that 14 million includes that, or 15 million or whatever. Does that include what you just said, or is that a completely separate?
That is the total, sorry, through the chair, that is the total project cost. That includes all the components we had, which is integration with TCL entries, signalisation, bus layovers, bus hub as it was previously scoped, and integration with the network downstream.
Including the road strengthening and all that?
Correct.
So then I have another question, but I don't know if you two can answer it. So maybe to Nick, like, why was it that stakeholders were told that that was a future-proof design for public transport, with the roads and the access was future-proof for public transport around Tauranga Crossing, when we're hearing, if I understand correctly, the vast majority of the cost is not for shelters, not for even encroaching onto land at TCL, but it's to do things which I would have thought would be under the category of future-proofing, which would be to have an adequate, roading infrastructure to support the weight of electric buses and all the things that we heard about. Councillor Morris kind of referred to it around Durham Street. I assume when I hear future-proofing for public transport, that's the kind of thing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take that question. I think it's because of the proximity of the intersection to the the Crossing Limited, wrong end of town. And what we're trying to do is to ensure that there's a reliable amount of service for the buses in order to access that site and to come out. In order to do so, particularly during peak shopping periods, we have to navigate those buses in and around the TCL area. We need to use that, and they need to be able to come out and access efficiently. If we don't do that well, if we leave it the way it is, they'll get jammed up in the same condition as everything else. So in order to improve the reliability of the buses, we have to improve the reliability of that intersection and the connection to the highway. So it would be very difficult to unpack it and to make it only about a passenger transport element. You have to juggle all the flows, the heavy freight, the shoppers, and also the buses. So very much a design balancing act.
I guess I agree, but it doesn't answer really the question, which was, what did we future-proof there? Like, what did we previously spend money as a council to future-proof that for public transport? What did it actually do and achieve? It doesn't sound like it's achieved anything based on the list you just gave of what we still need to spend money on.
Right, there's obviously references to historical agreements or documents that I think we need to dig those out. So I'm not sure at which point in time.
Well, I'm talking a few years ago when there were conversations with stakeholders, there were conversations with the then transport manager or whatever the title was, with TCL. I've had conversations. There was a bit of dispute around it, and in the end, the information provided was quite explicit that it was future-proofed. And I guess I'm just concerned that we're now in a position where we can't get NZTA co-funding for an important project, which we're told was just to deliver the final bit of like the shelters and things. We now know it's $15 million, which is roughly what we might be talking about in Bull Park in the central city. And I'm just struggling to understand how we got to the point where we've future-proofed both those locations for public transport, and neither of them are going to be state-of-the-art public transport facilities, but they're going to cost such a significant amount of money, and both of them will have to be ratepayer funded fully unless we delay them.
Perhaps I can speak to that. I was involved in a lengthy judicial review process where essentially this whole project was worked through with the developer, and NZTA are half funding this project. Okay, so that was an agreement that we came to in relation to the specific bus shelter and or facility. I guess we have the opportunity to revisit that, despite the fact that the NLTP may not have identified that. There was an agreement that this project would be half funded through that JR process. The early consultation that we undertook identified the bus depot, for want of a better word, actually on private land. Okay, and that consultation process occurred prior to us having a conversation with the private landowner. I think that sparked the conversation, and as a result of that we had to work through what a design to actually access that property. We explored other options as well actually off that site, but ultimately it was considered that the crossing land, the shopping centre, was the most appropriate site, and so then we had to work through how we accessed buses in there and out of there and kept the traffic flowing as well. So,
thank you. Just one more supplement on, just if that being the case, which now becomes a bit clearer, pieces things a bit more together, do we have confidence with the Sands development that we're not going to repeat what's happened at Bayfair and at TCR, at Tauranga Crossing, whereby we're genuinely future-proof that, and the developer pays the costs of the development contributions or however it's being funded, and we end up with a fit-for-purpose, future-proof public transport infrastructure in the Sands? Or could we have a repeat of the same problems, which have, you know, but basically I'm hearing the same story for Tauranga Crossing as we heard for Bayfair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's quite a complicated question to answer. And I think fit for purpose is probably the guiding words that I'll use to respond to. What we will have is a network that can cope with peak demands, that helps to improve the reliability of that bus network, and is able to cope with what we know is the future demands within the area. But there's a lot of uncertainty, and the way that a particular piece of a network operates on a day-to-day basis can be variable. So as a transport planner at heart, I'm reluctant to put my finger on exactly what you're saying there, but I guess the design process we're doing is the best balance of those trade-offs. And I think that's the key part, is fit for purpose with what we have and what we're able to access and the space that we have and the demands that we know about and all that information. The project should deliver on that.
I guess what I was getting to is, unlike Bayfair, unlike Tauranga Crossing, can we be confident that what is built in the first instance around that, the biggest shopping centre in the Bay of Plenty at the Sands, will that be designed in a way that we won't have to put in, let's say tens of millions plus into the public transport infrastructure as a sort of a catch-up afterwards? Because we had construction happen at Bayfair within a decade, basically in real time, we had to build an on-street rather than off-street. Then at Tauranga Crossing, we missed the opportunity, I'm told by the developers there, because of the council, is their rationale for why we missed that opportunity, I don't know. Could we end up with the same problem? I guess I'm not asking you to be specific around what the design will look like, but do you see a possibility that we might, in the next few years, have your team come back and say, didn't quite get it right at the Sands, and now we need to spend another 20 million on a upgrade to the roads and the bus shelters?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the things that we can control, we will deliver in the right way with the right methodology. The things that we can't control is how our relationships and our agreements play out over the next wee while. So those are risks in this project. So I'm still not going to give that guarantee, but at the same time, the elements of which we can control in this design process, and then to achieve that aim that you're talking about, absolutely, is something we're working towards. We are very much aware of what the performance of Arataki and the city centre bus hubs have caused us, and we'll be using that as lessons learned. So if those other externalities can play out in the right way, then we can deliver on that. But at the same time, those are yet to play out, and we just need to make sure that we give ourselves time and space to get that done well, because we've got a history here that we need to improve on, and we need to keep working forward. So not completely the black and white answer you'd like, but at the same time, so the things that we can control, we will definitely be across and learning our lessons.
Yeah, if I can add through, Mr. Chair, it might be worth just touching on the current status of that as well. So just for awareness, you referred to it at the end that some of that is yet to play out actually, but it's yeah. So if you can describe where we're at in the process of that and what the next steps are, just
funding was
provide that opportunity.
Sure. Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess probably the biggest question is the actual public transport hub, the provision of that. Look, at the moment that is not co-funded by NZTA, so I guess it would be within Council's power to dedicate funds to that should they desire that or make that a future-proof solution. We can only address the roading and the entrance to that as per the judicial review. That is our primary driver under that JR process. But I guess it will come back to Council to make that decision on how the funding is appropriated for the rest of that project.
Councillor Rosenbaum.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's, we've had a lot of questions around paint on roads recently. Mine is around all these raised crossings. What's the program of maintaining the quality of the paintwork on those crossings? Because I've had a couple out that are quite dull and they arrive quite quickly.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So every time we put in a new piece of infrastructure, there's a cost associated with that asset being needed to be maintained that is allowed for, and it goes into our maintenance space. So we do have items there to keep them maintained. What's the exact rotation that our teams go out and check the visibility of them? I'm not sure. I can't give you that today, I'm afraid. But it is part of the maintenance crew's job to make sure that we have that lines and delineation. Now, part of the contract performance that we sort of talked part of it yesterday is are we getting what we need out of that contract and for the money we're getting? So any feedback like that we welcome. And we use the customer inquiries and whatnot as a way of helping us to check that what we are expecting out there actually turns up. So we do rely on that sort of that information channel as well. But that's sort of where the contract will actually turn up. So and I don't know the actual rotation on that sort of checking, I'm afraid, but I can provide that to you at a later date.
Further questions? No? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just moving through the transportation improvements. Now, this has typically been our smaller link of projects. A lot of these are safety generated, so they'll come through from our transport safety team and generate the programs that go through, or minor works and upgrades. Excuse me. The overall program is progressing well, but we now face a few challenges when it comes back again with that co-funding element under the new NTLP. But some of the projects we've implemented here, which are probably success stories, even though we have red and orange indicators on there, I'm sure you're all aware of the Girvan and Ocean Beach roads upgrades. We had those completed and open in time for Ames Games last weekend or weekend previously, and the traffic is flowing around those quite well. Very robust signage and solid resilience. We have some issues with there and Welcome Bay, Waitaha Road, in terms of the mix that went down onto the roads. Full disclosure, we're taking this as a lessons learned of how we work with our contractors and some of the specifications we have for our materials going onto our road network. This is one of those ones where there are a couple of contract conformance issues that we are discussing with the contractor, who is an incumbent on both of those projects, and currently seeking to remedy those and improve the relationship to some of our better contracts conformance mechanics. So Welcome Bay and Waitaha, Ocean Beach Road and Girvan Road. We also have a shared path, as mentioned previously, in our places and spaces in Papamoa. Again, the funding is limited in the NLTP for us, and that we would be coming back to council to seek some advice on how we proceed on that and how we fund these projects going forward. Similar with the pedestrian crossing at Papamoa Beach Road and Levers Road raised crossing removal. Levers Road was a special case in terms of we had put that in as part of our safety and Road to Zero program. It generated unnecessary vibrations and noise for some of the adjoining residents. So we have undertaken noise monitoring, vibration monitoring in those homes, and to ensure that it's not counterproductive for our residents, we're actually removing that Levers Road crossing. So another one of those things that we will look at sort of addressing those kind of issues. I don't think raised crossing is going to be much of a problem for us in the near future, but it's one of those things to consider when we enter or exit leaves on slopes around our properties, how it may affect those properties.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and just in addition, these are examples of projects that are in flight that we're having to take a good look at and understand the future, to understand whether they'll fit the new GPS. And indeed, this is what we would call the low-cost, low-risk program, and those are projects that are small of nature, and we'll go into the challenges in terms of, in a minute, around what's happening to our low-cost, low-risk program. So what we're looking to do is make sure that we transition these projects well, connect with communities along the way, and I think we have to do a job around explaining what we're doing and why we're doing things here, in particular if we do decide to stop things. So each one of these will be case by case, and we'll work through it. But clearly, some of the ones that are well underway will close out to completion and move forward from there. But as a general program, these are the types of projects that are now. We'll have to find a different way of delivering outcomes to communities with our program. Any questions?
Councillor Crowther.
Thank you for that update. The Levers Road crossing, I've got two questions. One of them is, what was the cost of the initial installation, roughly? What was the cost of the initial uninstallation and then reinstallation? And then what is the projected cost of the final removal of it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't have those specific details exactly to hand at the moment. We can get those for you if you need those.
Thank you. And then the second question is, am I correct in understanding this can't be funded to be removed under the, like NZTA didn't co-fund the removal, so would we normally be co-funded, if all went swimmingly well and the transport funding scenarios and you know the normal course of events, would you expect NZTA to fund removals of things that they've paid to install, or would that always be on council to cover those costs?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think you probably need to talk about this in a general sense about what Waka Kotahi funds and doesn't. And I think it's fair to say that particularly in the local road improvements, maintenance and improvements activity classes, Waka Kotahi works really well with us around these sorts of things. In this instance, they are no longer, the activity class that was used to fund this no longer exists. So they are unable to help us to do that. But that's not necessarily the case in other circumstances. So if there are things where Waka Kotahi and Tauranga City Council have taken a combined risk together, and it needs exiting or reversing, I think we usually come to some sort of arrangement. So, but it's on a case-by-case basis, and to be fair, it's quite rare that this sort of circumstance happens. So we are talking in the exception space rather than the norm with this sort of activity. So very much a working relationship, and on continuous programs, we rely on them to help us, to advise us on a regular basis with monthly meetings, and this is the kind of thing that goes to those monthly meetings, and they are either able to help us at times and sometimes they're not. But the clarity is on this one they cannot.
Right. So through the chair, just I think for me the important point is that there is an issue impacting a small number of people in the local community. If we wouldn't normally be expecting funding for it, it strikes me that it's just a matter of, I guess, assessing the most cost-effective way of taking it out, because it's not the same as those other things on that list, which normally we would be hoping to get co-funding for.
through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, this is an exceptional circumstance, and it's not the way we'd normally work.
Yeah. Thank you.
Obviously, so we have some, next slide please. We have some better stories, as you saw the, that's lovely.
Love that transition.
Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah.
It's bad to la. So the Arataki Bus Exchange, we're actually getting really good feedback from that. Whilst there's a little bit of pain and transition and movement around Farm Street and such there, the general feeling from the community, the feedback out there with our engagement people is they're very positive. We put temporary bus stops further along Farm Street there, which are getting good reviews. We had a couple of neighbours that we've had to provide additional safety measures to their property for those bus areas. And we've dealt with a couple of interesting issues in terms of moving power poles to get clearance from bus shelter roofs. Something we didn't quite address earlier on the piece, but that is another lesson learned in terms of a safety matter. That's still within budget and we're still on time and program for that. Any questions on that one specifically?
Councillor Morris.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I heard through the grapevine that Arataki bus interchanges, the completion of that project's been delayed to November. Have you got any update on in terms of how that work is progressing and if it's been delayed?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It is on program at the moment. The only allowance for not from that program is the subject to the removal of the power poles. That is when power pole can come out. We'll actually have our works complete in the roadway and the bus shelters, but it's when that power pole can be moved.
Thank
you.
Councillor Crowther.
Is it possible to get sent the engagement report or summary or with the local community that gives you confidence to make your statement about the support in that community?
Through you, Mr. Chair. As you quite possibly will know, the history in this is quite long, and there would have been various engagement reports or statements or reports to council over the years. And I think that our comment, and probably better to anchor the comment, is that in particular our neighbours, running out of juice, are we? Yeah. Our neighbours and the people that we work with on a daily basis, in particular the traffic that's moving through the site, they're the ones who give us the most feedback around its impact. So to qualify that statement, it is absolutely that our neighbours and the people we're affecting on a daily basis during the construction period who are comfortable with that. No inference around the wider Arataki community or the whole of Tauranga or anything like that. So, but it's important for us in a construction phase perspective, and particularly on all of them, that our neighbours are being looked after. And I think it's the point that we really wanted to make, is that we're doing our best in that, to make sure that they are not hugely inconvenienced through what is quite a large construction effort.
Thank you for I think that's a very important clarification, as you would well understand, Mike.
Sorry, just a question from me. The power pole issue, is that going to be an extra cost, or is that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it actually is a variation cost to the project. Still within contingency on that project there. The time factor is the little one that we may have some delay on, in terms of we would like to be off-site and decamp, but we need to maintain the barriers and safety mechanisms around there while that pole is moved. But it's still within project contingency.
Sorry, just carrying on a little bit about that. So when we did the original work and planning, was it not noticed this pole was in the middle of the...
It was noticed, it was there. We thought we had clearance to relocate that to where we thought it would be easy, and that only one pole would have to be relocated. The problem is there's two that have to move, because the second that we were going to relocate, there is actually a manhole to a sewer vent there. That was not discovered during pre-planning. So the power pole relocation position was going to be too close to that manhole, and the ground too insecure to place it there, which means one has to be partially moved and the other further away, raised higher. So it's a flow-on effect.
Sorry, so is that council doing that work, or is that the electricity company that stuffed up?
No, we should have found that manhole to start with. That's our due diligence. We should have found that manhole. It's on us.
Thank you.
Just try to cut me off. The arterial route review. So this is some work that we've undertaken to get advance on some of the larger T5 projects. By T5 projects, I mean major projects that we have sought funding for. Obviously, the good news story of 15th Avenue and Turret, and that receiving support from Okukatahi going forward. The arterial route review is looking at undertaking some of these alternate routes in and out of the CBD and the peninsula especially to support works going on those roads. If there are works happening on those roads, where else do we divert traffic to? Can we intensify those traffic routes? How so? So it's basic survey work. It's fairly low cost kind of stuff, but this shows us getting ahead of these kind of things. So we get to answer these questions ahead of the curve. We know what our capacity and capability are to increase our network flows, rather than trying to catch up when we get funding for a larger program. All these things go through and then we do piecemeal approaches. We look to get ahead now and assess the capacity of these roads, such as Fraser Avenue, to sort of deal with this kind of flows out of the city. This involves survey, feasibility to understand how far we can move these things, property boundary definition, and some kind of interventions in terms of how that can work forward. So it's a modelling program. As I said, Fraser Street is probably the next one to look at temporary designs and stuff, and how we go forward if other projects proceed. Now this again is one of those funding fluctuations, but we seem to be very good mechanism to progress and sort of keep the backstop there for council to address flow and impacts going forward. Next, Monganui Road Safety Improvements. I'm sure you've been transitioned through this area at some stage in the past. Again, we had that site relatively clear for Ames games over the weekend. Or over the last week, and we noticed that traffic flows were as good as we could expected with all the residents and visitors that we had into the city. And we were quite proud of what the contractor achieved there in a few days' notice to turn that around and open that site up. This is the final stage of 3 stages of the Monganui Road improvements. And we're now coming back to check-in. This has obviously facilitated our access across to the skate park. If you've ever been there of an after-school period or of a weekend, you'll see the kids running backwards and forwards from New World safely across the signalised crossing. And we're very proud of the achievements that we've had along there. There's been some cost implications of that going forward, just simply for the duration of some of those works have taken longer than we thought. We've actually worked with the engagement community on this one extensively. I believe it was 2018, well before my time, that the engagement started on this process. And there's been significant engagement with the properties around there and some of the property users right in this last stage as well. This involves some last minute changes in terms of our contract construction methodology, where we've, instead of having single curb line laid across entire blocks, we've laid smaller segments and kept driveway access for some of those residents and businesses there. It's on track to deliver the current scope on time. Obviously the cost has increased slightly, but we will be there or thereabouts on the project budgets. Any questions on that?
Councillor Correct.
Excuse me. Regarding the pedestrian crossing adjacent to New World to get to the skate park, what's the phasing of those of the lights to allow a pedestrian crossing? Is a pedestrian able to go right across both northbound and southbound at one time, or do they have to stop midway? It's just my recollection of using that once. Went across the northbound lane and then we had to wait until we had clearance there. That was my recollection. I thought at that time that's potentially a safety issue. If you don't know, if you can just sort of think about that in terms of a safety aspect.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I don't know off the top of my head, I apologise, but we can take that on reference and do. I know that we have built significant sized refuges there as well. If you notice, there's a bit of dog leg when it comes across those crossings, and that does allow for safe capacity for people to wait there if there is a stage across those crossings. But no, I'm not 100% sure on the phasing of those, but we'll take this on. Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I noticed you had beautiful green dots all over, and there's just one orange dot, and I just couldn't help but wonder how orange is it in terms of cost, like for Monganui Road? Has that blown out quite a lot, or are we not too bad?
No, through you, Mr. Chair. Look, the tens of thousands would be the question mark in terms of budget, not hundreds or millions.
So we haven't got to read.
Correct.
questions?
Next slide, please.
All right, so doing this a little bit in reverse, actually, but in terms of transport challenges, and I think we're around in the transport team, the NLTP and or the NLTF is the key challenge right now. This slide really just shows you the national view of what's happening in the activity classes in the NLTF, and the arrows are very much around what's going up and down in terms of the total availability of money that is in the NLTF for these types of activities. So overall, Waka Kotahi spending over $1 billion, I think it's $1.6 billion more total than it ever has ever before. And a large part of that program, you can see in the green arrow down on the right-hand side, is devoted to the highway component. Conversely, if you look at the local road improvements phases, they're remaining relatively static. I think I've delivered this message before, but this is just some numbers to back that up around the emphasis within the Waka Kotahi and the government as GPS is around building state highways and the local road improvements activity class is now very constrained. And you think about that from an inflationary perspective, it's been held at that level over the 10 years. Clearly, the walking and cycling improvements activity class is an effective drop. The numbers in the activity class are all about the committed projects being completed, and that's why you get a drop off from the first year to the others, and we're experiencing the same in our program. What I haven't included in here is things like the passenger transport infrastructure activity class, which is in the same boat. So if we move to the next slide. And here's a graph and a chart that I've shown you, and really again, and I think I wanted to make this point more clearly from yesterday around a balance of program. So on the left-hand side, you have there around the activity class funding, which is the NZTA dollars only, by the way, 21-24 versus 24-27. As you can see, a local road maintenance and operations being split into operations and pothole prevention activity classes. Basically, this just changed the way we apply the money, and the rules around that money is different in each activity class. So we've actually done quite well. We've improved the level of expenditure in our maintenance and operations space. So we're in a good spot from that perspective, and that's due to two reasons. One, our maintenance and operations teams have done some excellent work over the last 3 years to improve our rating with Waka Kotahi, and we've been audited recently, and we've achieved very well in the audit process. So we're very proud of that, and that enables us to be Waka Kotahi be more confident about our ability to deliver, and so that's something that we're looking to keep. Means that there's more money available to keep the network the same. The big tall Manhattan on the left hand side, that is the effect of some of your big major T5 projects entering in the program, and that the expenditure there. So those construction phases, they consume and they burn a lot of money. And so those projects there are very much dominated by the larger projects in the program, including some committed. So there are projects that we have in our program that are continuing, but predominantly they're our major T5 projects that are currently in construction. Probable. So here we get into Waka Kotahi speak. They write a list of 1 to 100 or 1 to 1,000. Some of them are classified as approved, committed, then probable, then possible. And at some point, there's a red line drawn about how much money is in the NLTF and what's available for activity class, and your projects are classified that way. But in actual fact, what it is a progression of a project through a program. So the projects that are in the lower end are either not a priority or they're not ready. And so there is opportunities for projects to come out of probable and into committed and or approved, depending on cash flow over the 3 years or the 6 years. So we always do work to make sure that we've got enough extra projects that are available for any gaps in funding or any opportunities. So as part of the tactics in terms of how we develop programs for transport, that we're able to respond, and part of what we'll present to you in the next month is some of those sort of elements flowing through. But I'm happy to sort of leave that there. Same messages as yesterday's. Our overall funding has increased, but the balance of the program, as you can see from the public transport safety and walking and cycling improvements, is very much transferred from more of a spread of outcomes into some very specific government-directed outcomes.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there the opportunity to use the local road pothole prevention funding for projects that also increase level of service or amenity? I'm thinking in terms of the difference between chip seal and hot mix in certain areas, and one could make the argument, I'm not sure how successful the argument would be, around the resilience of hot mix versus chip seal. So is there potentially a conversation on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think this conversation is a perennial conversation that urban, particularly growing cities have with Waka Kotahi, and they're very adamant that it's they start off with no, and then they're happy to have a conversation after that. So it's a very difficult one for us from a transport economics to prove that particular surfacing has a better benefit than using that money somewhere else in the country for doing other things. So on a sort of a benefit cost type of a basis, it doesn't always stack up. So the short answer is unlikely, but again, there are certain case by case circumstances which things can exist, but I haven't been part of those, and I don't know what those circumstances may be where it would be different.
Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Just clarifying the colours, the yellow and the purple. I presume the purple is the status of the 15th Welcome Bay, but the yellow, is that primarily just the Tauriko project in terms of the big components of road improvements?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and PEI.
Oh, so they're both in there. Okay.
Yes, and that's the forecast we have in the Waka Kotahi share.
Thank you.
Largely.
No further questions? No.
Yep. Moving on one slide. Okay, so just to the last slide, in terms of the challenges, the transport challenges are transition to the new GPS, which we're all going through, making sure that we maintain a delivery focus on the parts of the T5 program, the T5 program that we are. It's a good idea to keep the effort in and around. We just made the point around the low-cost high-risk versus major projects and the balance of the program, but clearly a priority away from the multimodal and safety projects. So that will be a question we bring to you in the coming month around what outcomes from a transport perspective the local share here should be directed towards. And that means that there is a long-term plan view to understand how we do that and what councillors would like to achieve through that process, and maximising each dollar that local share has, and what are the opportunities around that. There's a couple of curious things that are occupying the transport planning minds and transport minds is around the government's emphasis on TMP and TMP costs. They are requiring both highways and the Waka Kotahi to report on the level of cost and expenditure that we have. That's an interesting element in that it comes down to even how we invoice and understanding how that will flow through. So we'll be required at some point to report on that. So that's something that's looming, but I think it is an issue that is very high on people's minds, even our public and communities. It's very much in their focus. So we're looking at what our response is there. And I think one of our GMs and Alistair has already begun work on what that looks like. And then lastly, a network integration project. And that dovetails with that arterial route study that you just talked about. With a big construction program, we all saw how the network behaved with which were comparatively small work sites on different parts of the network, and how major that impact is for people travelling around the city. So as well as understanding how can we use our arterials better in order to transfer demand around, we're working with Waka Kotahi and soon to be Western Bay on what is our operational response during those incidents and those events. And so from that perspective, it means utilising the resources we have around the TTOC managing the day-to-day construction fronts on the network in a more cohesive way, making sure we all know what each other's doing at what times. I think you'd expect that to happen, but I don't know that it happens perfectly all the time, and we want to keep on top of that. And that's something that we are working with those partners on. So just as a bit of a heads up, actually, for some of the improvement work we're doing.
Questions? Councillor Schuler?
Sorry, I'm actually just going quickly back to the one before. Sorry to take you back, but can you give me some clarity? What's the pothole prevention? Maybe I'm a bit ignorant. What is that? Is it repairs?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is renewals and repairs, and the definition of pothole has been hotly debated around the transport community right now, but it is definitely the repairs of what you would traditionally in your minds I think is a pothole, but also up towards sort of the renewal space and maintenance activity. But Wakakotahi is just working out exactly the true definition of what that means. So we're working with them on that. But I think it's something that the GPS is really focusing us on maintaining the network that we have, and making sure that we have a network that lasts, it's definitely an emphasis in that regard. But the actual definition still needs to really play out.
I think it's the same as Poplar Beach Road, that definition. It's identical, yeah.
Just you didn't push your button.
Someone did.
So that also includes sometimes when you'd see check and you see an area that's starting to degrade or something, and you'll mark it and fix it beforehand. But obviously the best prevention is building a good road in the first place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely visible signs of deterioration and whatnot. I think Tauranga has a challenge in that we are moving a network from without curb and channel and edges that break away and to more urban focused pieces of infrastructure. But again, and if you talk to our water cousins, we just build dams for water. And so we have to manage that water, and that's primarily the enemy of a road. Yeah. Is the water. And so a lot of our maintenance and renewal activity is really very much about managing that water so that we can keep the surface in place. The surface's performance are pretty well known, but what isn't known is one, ground conditions, but two, how water behaves with it. And so much of our asset improvements is around, or how do we improve the management of water so that we can improve the surfacing and other things like that. So there is a balancing act around how we spend that money.
Thanks very much. Good clarity.
Councillor Baker?
Sorry, maybe a bit of a niggly one. From potholes to line marking, trying to find a cool segue but couldn't. I think I need lunch. Where do we have a precedent on? You mentioned the balancing act. Just doing good by our people. So here's the follow-on: the Maungatapu shops. The owner of that property, so it's a private development, to be honest, is a bit slack with providing some of the fundamental services that that space needs for our community to be able to navigate and access that space. So the car parking area is virtually there's no lines. So people, elderly, people with disability, can never really access the disability spaces in particular because it's not clearly defined. All of that's private development, and I've already heard the rationale that that's their responsibility. But do we ever provide a public good if we had the agreement from the developer or the owner to just get that line marking done for the betterment of our people?
Through you, Mr. Chair, again another challenging question. I think just to step back is that you're exactly right that type of activity doesn't usually get funded because it doesn't make a prioritised list that other things like safety, maintenance, operations and the other outcomes that are funded, it doesn't usually make that list in terms of that. I think where we can, we take opportunities to make things right when we have a project or we're doing something there. if that is both a very low cost and helps us to deliver the project. I think there is some community good in making sure that we leave things the right way when we exit an area, and some of those things can get picked up in that regard, but that's very small overall. Just to speak from, we have the Dean Kimpton as a member of one of our groups around the TSP, and we reflected on the experience of how do communities become better engaged with transport projects and what we do, in particular with things like road safety platforms and other things like that. And AT are making an effort to try and develop programs that are more community focused and orientated. And we're very interested in how they're going and how they're using that to prioritise and how do they communicate with their council and governance around those such things. But bearing in mind that AT is an 800-pound gorilla in the transport space, and so it's got resources and the wherewithal to do that. But from our perspective, I think there's something in that around what could be potentially something we could do. But at this stage, our systems don't focus on that.
That's all good. So I'm just curious now, if AT's a gorilla, what are we?
Don't call us a chimp.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We are passionate and willing.
Great answer. Further questions? Sorry, Nick.
Yeah, just as we finish up the transport the report, I just wanted to touch back on the PowerCo issue with the power poles, because I've spoken to a couple of you previously and given you a slightly different story to what we heard from Cam here now, and I think Cameron is quite hard on his team actually, and I just wanted to give you the full picture of what happened there, and that was that we had PowerCo on site. We agreed that in order to put the Arataki bus hub in, we needed to shift one power pole, and that was the agreement. And then we started the project, and part way through the project, PowerCo came back to us and said, "Oh no, sorry, we got it wrong. So you need to shift more." And Cam has got a point, and that could have been some due diligence that we should have checked or double checked the information that we had from PowerCo, but ultimately. We had them on site. We always give them the opportunity to underground when we go through and do a project. So that's the first opportunity really. But then, if they don't want to do that and add to the value of that asset themselves, their costs are on us, and there's very very little we can do to change that. So hence the shift and the cost addition to us. So. I just wanted to clarify that since I had given some of you that story beforehand. So.
Yeah, that was sort of what I was getting at when I asked the question was, has PowerCo got any liability to cough up moving one for free or something?
We could find it out in court, but we're not going to get a bus hub very quickly, so let's get on with it.
Okay. Councillor Correct.
Nick, the Maranui Girvan Road upgrade. There's a power pole just on that intersection there, right on the footpath road berm. There's hardly a berm, there's a road, but power poles in the footpath there. Do you know if that was considered in terms of approaching PowerCo to get that moved and something minor?
I can tell you, the team here might know some of that detail, but I'm not familiar with it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it was. The costs were prohibitive. Unfortunately, under the Electricity Acts, if we generate and move for our own convenience, we pay entirely. And unfortunately, if you look along Maranui Road, they are in a state of dominoes. So those power poles are starting to do this as they progress further south. And if we touch one, we'll be responsible for placing about 4. So it was deemed cost prohibitive to move that. But yeah, not an ideal location for that power pole.
Righto, thank you, gentlemen. I think we'll segue into lunch.
Just receiving the report.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, we'll just finish off receiving the report. So the recommendation is that the Project Planning and Monitoring Committee receives the report, projects update, July 2024. Do I have a mover? Councillor Kurak, thank you. Councillor Rosenboom, seconder. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now we'll go to lunch. Okay. If we could be back at 2:05. Enough?
No, that's too small.
Sorry.
So we'll go to
quarter past 2, please. No. Sorry.
2 o'clock.
Sorry.
What about
Quarter to 2.
Quarter to.
Sorry, like good.
Okay, all
That's
right.
better. That was good. Want people to come to this committee and like it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Right, we'll re-adjourn the meeting. Sorry, renew the meeting. We do have two people that need to leave at 2:30, so just giving a bit of notice that Mea Mahi and Hautapu might have to go if we don't finish. So we'll move on to item 8.2, which is Links Avenue update. And I'll pass over to Nick. Would you like to introduce it?
Thank you. And I've got Mike and Karen here from the transport team to go through a bit more of the detail. But as I said this morning, we had fielded some questions from you on the Links Ave, the history, current functionality, and etc. So we thought it would be an opportunity to bring it here and do a real deep dive and look at the project development, sort of warts and all, and the decision-making process on the way. It's had a lot of public attention and many petitions seeking various outcomes, and it's those various outcomes that are at the heart of this, which they're issues based on conflicting interests and uses within a limited space. It's happened quite quickly as well with a commencement of the construction of B2B, and you've seen some numbers in the report on how the traffic volumes on Links Ave shot from 2,500 per day, vehicles per day, to over 7,000 vehicles per day. So obviously that it just changes the dynamics, creates all sorts of safety issues, and particularly in this area where we have a couple of schools as well. And that generated the first couple of petitions and public forums in chambers in 2018 or 2019, thereabouts. And from then on, I sort of feel that we've thrown everything but the kitchen sink at it to try and resolve it, and I hope this report sort of walks you through a few of those issues that we've faced along the way, and the creation of the community panel as well. But with that as an introduction, I'll hand over to Mike and Karen.
Thank you, Nick, and through you, Mr. Chair. Introduce myself, but this is Karen Hay, who's our manager of the Safe and Sustainable team. And I think just to acknowledge that Karen's been involved in the project much longer than I, and we'll talk through some of the detail. But really, just to give you a bit of a balcony view right from the outset, the reason we're here is around a safety reason. And the responses from that point onwards grew and grew in terms of how we engaged with the community and how the project went, and the complexity in this part of the network. And much like the conversation we had earlier around Arataki, this particular link sits within the network, performs a function. It was performing a function that the locals and ourselves didn't think that it should be doing that. It was taking a whole lot more traffic than it should. We had construction going in that area, and there was a lot going on, plus the growth out east. So it is a pressurised part of the system, I think it's fair to say, from a transport perspective. From the particular project's perspective, I think just as a transport team and I guess a new broom coming into the team, we're open to lessons, and we'd like to learn from these things. We'd like to not repeat some of the negative outcomes that came about. We'd like to repeat the good things that did come out. And I think this is a really good opportunity. You never waste a good crisis, and to not let this pass by without learning the lessons from it. So this is part of that process, and I'll let Karen talk about the process from here.
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon. Pleased to be here. And through the chair, just adding to what Mike said, I think the formation of the panel and the objectives of the panel was, and acknowledging the significant amount of engagement they themselves took in the local community with the schools, local residents, and the wider community around formation of some of the outcomes they were seeking. That said, there were definitely some lessons learned, missed milestones, and I've named a few within the report. And it's coming to a point now where we need to come to the council to please make a decision on the future of the cul-de-sac. And we thought it would be a great opportunity to seek early feedback from you at this point. and make sure we present the information you feel necessary, or a process or an outcome you feel necessary prior to that decision being made. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Sorry, I just want to get it clear. When you talk about making a cul-de-sac, you're not talking about closing off one end, you're talking about what they've got in place at the moment, that it's a no throughfare and 15-minute kind of things. Is that, yeah?
Through the check, that's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Crowler?
Yeah, thank you, Mike and Karen. I guess my first question relates to the way it's presented as a safety project, but when you look at the sort of the data around the evidence for say deaths and serious injuries and other analysis of safety, do you have any evidence that didn't get into the public arena to show that it was more dangerous in reality than some other parts of Tauranga which have, quite significant safety issues? And the one I've used before, because of the significant local lobbying to Tauranga City Council over a period of years, is Windsor Road and Automota, or Bellevue. I have researched that the very best I can, and have talked obviously to Tauranga City Council staff over years. I see no evidence that Lynx Ave is in reality more dangerous, and I would just like to understand whether safety is just one of the things, and whether what we're talking about is a strategic plan to put through bus routes, cycleways and other things, and whether, what is it that makes this such a different thing? If you take it, and I say this explicitly, if you take out the impacts of the B2B, which I know warranted some short-term interventions, but I'm talking about the big picture, which went before B2B impacts and now hopefully after.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'll answer that in a couple of parts, just going from the strategic to the operational. I think it's fair to say that one of the original reports that caused, concern amongst my peers and predecessors was around sort of a series of near misses, and a particular one near miss in that environment. And that report sort of gave us this indication that, from their professional opinion, there was risk in that network that they foresaw, particularly with increased traffic volumes from B2B and other things like that, that would become an increasing risk. So that was there on the table. To shift the conversation a bit to how we normally prioritise safety projects. Safety projects are developed fairly methodically, and they are balanced, as you say, around what is the highest priority risk in the network, highest priority intersections, mid-blocks and so on and so forth. And so there was a very constructed way, but it is quite slow. It's reliant on CAS data. By the time that flows through to help understand that risk profile, you can lose 1 or 2 years of what's viewed. So it's lagged data. And I think what you found here, and this is me offering a frank and opinion of what may have happened, is that you had what was an emerging risk, and something that from a professional perspective we got very uncomfortable about, as opposed to what is a methodical process for prioritising safety and risk. So from that perspective, we stepped outside of what would be a normal methodology for prioritising across a transport system. And reacted in this space. I think in doing so, that also brought into some of the other things that started to become part of the scope and the conversation, and particularly with our community. And then you add in that influence of that construction project as well, and the pressure started heating up around what are the things that we needed to solve here, what are the responses that we needed to make, and it became part of that conversation. Now, just to flip back into your, in terms of what's the strategy for the area and whatnot, I think one of the functions that we have around our, the TSP, the Tauranga System Partnership, is what underpins it is effectively a transport hierarchy. Is what roads perform what functions in what areas. And I think through this area here, it became pretty clear from some of that work that the highway had to perform a certain function, Links Ave and its subsequent corridors had to perform another higher function, and also Papamoa and Ocean Beach roads in terms of all that demand. You add into that, when those projects actually get delivered around capacity, you start to get this sort of need for these roads to perform a higher or different functions than they previously were. I think we've experienced that particularly from the Mount all the way down to Arataki and further down to Papamoa now as people start using those residential roads for arterial purposes and whatnot. So that's a function of that growth and some of that planning. But to say that there was a proper strategy and a corridor plan, perhaps, I don't think that's necessarily true. And if it is true, then I don't know about it, and we'd have to find out whether that's true at all. But I think, in particular here, that the main genesis was a reaction to what was a perceived risk that was emerging in this corridor with all that other context, and then the project developed from there.
Yeah, thank you. I think you've sort of touched on it around that. What is the problem we're trying to solve? And I guess, is that problem still in existence now that all those roadworks have been complete? And I guess then if, well, maybe answer those questions and then we'll...
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. At the conclusion of this trial, we'll do some measurement and we'll work out what the implications of particularly B2B opening has on the demand in that particular part of the network. And I think there's an opportunity for us to go back to that pattern, which is sort of enshrined in the operating framework, it's called. What type of kind of road use would you have for the highway and Links Ave and so on and so forth. And those are the types of things I think we would bring to here to confirm that we've indeed got it right. But I think why we're here and we're talking about this is that we have a community that hasn't been, feels bruised, I think, around this process. And we just wanted to make sure we're taking the right steps. And one, letting you know about what that looks like, how we intend to take those options forward, and some, I guess, a steer on the direction of that, what that future direction looks like. So we would be open to considering what the right thing is to do there via the community, but also via the what function does that road have to perform for the Tauranga system to work well, transport system to work well. So it'll be a balancing act.
Okay, and I guess just following up on that, and also, obviously there's all the historical stuff, but what's the view right now of what's there? What are the issues? Like I've heard about the concrete things for the separating the cycle path, but that seems to be the only issue I've heard now, and a bit of a frustration of a cul-de-sac. But yeah, what's the sort of view now?
Through the chair, the initial, or what you see today, was intended to be transitional. So what it is there was a bigger plan that said at some point in time when funding became available, we'd look at the corridor more strategically and provide sufficient infrastructure. For example, wider shared path that would accommodate significant number of students trying to bike scooter through that particular corridor. So for the most part, and this was one of the feedback from the panel, was the fact that this was a temporary solution and the nature of the delivery is temporary in nature, and it doesn't, for example, the cycleway doesn't extend for students all the way to Concord. It's only provided protection in some areas to existing. I hope that answers the question a little.
Happy to just add to that, Mr. Chair. In terms of the feedback we're getting more recently, again, I think it's fair to say people are a bit burnt out, and they're not necessarily talking to us about these things, or we had quite a reaction to some of the signage we put up of late and recently. And so I think we just want to behave cautiously going forward on this. So any change we propose to make out from here will create a reaction. I think we need to be clear about the why of what we're doing with them and then keep proceeding on that basis. So we just know it's sensitive. There's a range of feedback from cycleways to, I think, the original elements around the area being used for buses. And a dissatisfaction that would happen, and so on and so forth. So I think it's a range of things that are still within that community's mind around what they'd like to see and what they wouldn't like to see. And I think it's fairly clear for some of the feedback about some of the singular items, particularly around buses and whatnot. But also, I think it's also clear that they don't want the road to become that rat run again. So from a traffic management perspective, that's challenging to have to create a buffer to that demand. And some of the traffic engineering elements that you see that got put in place was about that. So it is very much balancing those desires with how the network needs to perform. So and I guess that's part of the problem with our conversation with the community. It was hard to explain why we were doing what we were doing, and I'm not too sure we did that particularly well all the time.
Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can recap for us why it was closed off for 365 days of the year, or 24 hours a day initially, and then extended periods, for such a long time against community wishes, when the problem, to all the evidence I've seen and everything I've seen from the council on this, is that, and certainly from the local community, I'm highly confident, the problem was 192 days of the year, I think someone told me it adds up, but whatever, it was school days where there was full attendance at that one school in particular, and that it was for limited times. I guess that's one of the biggest sources of frustration and anger at the council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree with you, Councillor Crowther. That is one of the lessons learned. It was there for a purpose at the time. As I understand it, it was put in place to really drive a change in behaviour from having people using Links Ave as a through route as opposed to using the state highway. And so it was intended to drive that behaviour change initially. When I started with the panel, I think in May 23, was one of the areas we moved really quickly in to change. So the 24-hour, I think, went in place in 2022, and by June 23, we removed the weekend restrictions and reduced those timeframes. It was a hard push, and the council agreed, just to really drive that behaviour change hard and fast initially, as I understand it.
And another issue that's been hotly contested by people, I guess, along that corridor, including people especially on Ocean Beach Road and Gulf Road and some of the other Arataki streets and so on, is the data that was presented to the commissioners around the impacts on the network of closing Links Ave. Do you have in retrospect a different view on the impacts on the traffic across the city? Because there is, I don't know how to put it any other way, just incredibly overpowering community evidence that it is different to what was reported at that particular meeting. And in turn, that meeting was what the commissioners then went back to the community, quoted from the council meeting and said, no, the data shows there's not adverse impacts on afternoon traffic. And yet, you could do a random survey, I'm pretty sure. I mean, now the memories might have dulled, but at the time, there was just such strong impact on people that they just were laughing at the council's view of it. Like, I'm struggling to understand how it could have got to where local people had such a different version of reality, and was that because of the type of modelling that was used? Like, I've tried to get behind why that is.
I was just concurring with Mike, through you, Mr. Chair. At that time, I'm trying very hard to recall some of those reports. I might not have been involved at that time, but what I do know is that specific volume counters were put on the roads that take speed and volume counts 24/7. Those were aggregated into presenting that report. And it is fair to say initially there was quite a big shift onto Ocean Beach Road and some of the surrounding streets. That subsequently changed again, but it was, as far as I'm aware, council did actual on the road tube counts, which are highly accurate to determine those volumes.
And just in addition to that, I think one of the challenges of operational kind of responses like this is how much data can you gather around actual movements on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis that's useful enough to, one, be confident that the changes are going to have the effect, and you get into a sort of a microsim modelling situation, which can generally be quite expensive, depending on your data inputs and things like that. So I can understand why that's not always the option that transport planners and transport traffic engineers go to, because it's an expense, and where trials are used more as a real-time, real-day, day-to-day thing. As for what was talked about at the meeting, I don't know, but I do know as normal practice that we use traffic counts, and that gives us real-time information, and through trials we generally adjust where microsim's not available. Microsimulation is a modelling exercise where you can get really fine-grained information about what to do and how to do it. And that's part of the package of lessons learnt, where is there an opportunity for us to do more of that, or is there a better way of doing it? But I do think inherently the data is one thing, it's the communication I think that we've had and the story we've told along the way has been jarring for our community members and not easy to understand or buy into. And I think that's part of what the lessons learnt in this process is all about, is how do we make sure we tell that well.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. What you're saying is around that, communication and selling it. I think that comes back to, what is the problem we're trying to solve. And what I heard at the start was we had this huge amount of traffic going through because there were some roadworks taking place, and that was the shortest route. So I think we need to, one, find out whether that's still happening. Whether that's still a problem, otherwise we may not have a problem to solve. And then secondly, I just paragraph 23, it's reduced weekday cul-de-sac hours from 6 p.m. to 4 p.m. So does that run from or is that 4 p.m. to 6 p.m.? Is it 2 hours a day, or is it?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, my apologies. That is an additional change that was made that reduced it further from 6 p.m. to 4 p.m. But it runs from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. where previously it did to 6 p.m.
Oh, okay, so the cul-de-sac hours are 7 a.m. to 10, yes, and then 2 till
4.
Okay, which if it is if it is a problem, still that issue, then that to me is the solution to solve it, just those limited hours and around those school times, which seems sensible. But I think that's it's that storytelling of saying this is what we're trying to solve and this is how we're solving it, which seems to have been very complicated along the way. Although I get that change in behaviour, which I think again, if you just told them that you're trying to change their behaviour because we've got 7,000 cars instead of 2,000 cars and it's creating a safety risk, is a pretty good story to tell. I'm still a little bit confused as to, so we've had a trial, and so what's coming back to council is if we continue on that trial, is it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's the case, and that's the purpose.
And if we continue on, there's quite a lot of extra work to do. We can't use what we've got now, or?
Oh, we certainly can use what we've got at the moment. And there may be some additional bits of feedback that we receive through the process to make some minor enhancement, but we don't have anything that we need to do, in my view, that would be substantially different than what we have today.
Thank you.
Did you look closely, or did council look closely at just putting a 30k speed limit there and using evidence to analyse, would that have significantly reduced the safety risk on its own, and would the slower speeds have noticeably reduced the traffic flows from rat runners, just without the other interventions?
So the challenge was that there's two issues to solve. The one was around the volume of kids, so in students, and we know that we have an active mode share of about 70%. So we've got more than 260 kids trying to use a very narrow path. The secondary challenge was the number of buses and high use of that service through Links Ave and Farm Street. So the closure, because of the congestion, it impacted bus travel times, and that increased to 20 minutes. Following which, that in turn, together with the traffic, caused this issue with the number of students that were using the corridor at the same time. So I think the cul-de-sac would have achieved two things. That was then by removing the bus lanes, it enabled that level of service to be maintained for buses, which was increased to a service level of about, or delay of 2 minutes from 20, managing traffic, and as part of putting in a temporary 30-kilometre speed limit, that environment supporting the movement of the students through during those times, those peak times. So it wouldn't through the chair, it would not have necessarily addressed the impact on the bus service.
Supplementary. Did council consider, once it had accumulated, was it $5 million or whatever from fines, did it consider seriously implementing what some community members were calling for, which was to have an on-demand bus trial, which could have been funded with that money for 2 years, based on my understanding of, Mike might know, regional council estimates, which are not public yet, of approximate ballpark costs for on-demand trials in certain areas, and directing buses, the yellow buses, as sort of express services to get quicker to the destination, and either way, whether that's so or not, do staff still agree with the view of the former council transport manager who said in a public meeting, council meeting, that express bus service doesn't have bus stops, in response to a request from the community to sort of negotiate further with NZTA around those bus lanes and bus stops? So it's something I'm quite familiar with. I'm quite familiar with what NZTA were open to doing. There was definitely an opening there for that discussion, and it was closed down by Tauranga City Council at the time, and that was a comment that was made publicly. An express service doesn't have bus stops. It's the second part of that question, which is somewhat related.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just in terms of bus network planning, there's different services you put in different spaces, and depending on your customer demand levels, and being reasonably intimate with the network planning that happens in particularly the east, the services out there are ones that go and collect people up along the way, so they daisy chain through suburbs, because that's the way that you increase the utilisation of buses, and you have more access to your customers. Clearly, express services need more of a dumbbell where there are people at each end there's enough significant demand at each end so to not have to stop in between, which makes them a much better proposition as an express service. And I think that may have been some of the logic behind some of the comments. I can't tell you one way or the other. But the key part for that is in Tauranga, the bus network is maturing. And as more density and more people move here, the services that are provided for bus users will increase in terms of, express services, with the move away potentially from neighbourhood style routes to more arterial routes and more opportunities to skip bus stops and whatnot. But that's a process that Regional Council engages with and tests with its community and our community on the applicability of that. It tests with its customers. And so they go through a process by which they do that. They also have to test that process with Waka Kotahi, who's their co-funder. And they work through it with Tauranga City Council as well, particularly around infrastructure. So that bus planning and network planning is very much held in the Regional Council space. And then therefore, the idea of express services is very much on their maturity curve. In other words, they are going to do it at some point, but they need to pick the point in which they think they've got enough customers to run it, and that sort of thing. So at the moment, what we have out here is a long piece of urban fabric, if you like, and our current bus services hit the arterials mostly. They are quite well utilised, and they're maturing in terms of how many people that the bus service takes, which is pleasing, and they link in with our Arataki hubs, but that does destine them to be on those more residential / arterial streets and whatnot. So they are going to be traversing those neighbourhoods for a while until the Regional Council decides to implement the express service. As part of your second part of your question, I'm not sure what was said or what was meant by that comment. I can only say that express services do have much less bus stops than the other version of Life. So that's the only inference I can draw from that statement, I'm afraid.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, and there is a wider political context to this. I think it was the first or second ever meeting of the Commissioners and their first ever public forum when Mr Dance came in and presented, and there were implications following their decisions following that public forum. But I'll leave that to a side. In terms of the road environment, my observation being down there and being the former representative of those community members and talking with them, my observation, if I was looking at it from a completely clean sheet of paper, is that the road environment's too narrow. You have a school there which has a lot of traffic. You have a footpath on the northern side of Lynx Ave. You have then power poles in between the footpath and the road. And so you couldn't really have an off-road cycle lane, and the issue was Mr Dance came in and presented and had video which was quite compelling of buses going past children who were a lot of children who were trying to squeeze into the footpath. So if we had a completely blank sheet of paper, is the solution to the issue actually a structural one on the road? You've got power lines in the way, those were removed and you had no impediment of cost, and you had a wide cycleway on one side of the road which was able to accommodate the students during peak times, and then you could have a road which is going to fulfil its normal role, but also a better role now that the B2B is coming towards its conclusion. So there's a whole lot of politics involved which haven't been discussed. I don't want to raise that around community panels and all sorts of things. Personally, it looks like a desperately trying to engineer a bad solution. But in terms of the actual road environment, if there was no constrained budgets, what would you do there?
Through you, Mr Chair, paint with no constrained budgets. But so just going back to my earlier statements around a road hierarchy, we need huge amount of residents in the Papamoa and the Papamoa East area to access town and access through the transport system. We need freight to come along the highways, and we need truck rail, we need kids to get to school, and all those competing purposes and the different demands in those areas. So Links Ave it has a role to play in that, and that's enshrined in that operating framework around its future purpose. And I think that would require us to look pretty heavily at things that you describe, which is how do we make sure that school kids can access that school safely and are segregated. And I think some of the discussion earlier around cycleways and what, not particularly with driveways, is that the further apart you get these uses, the more safe they are. And we'd have to maximise the use of that space to fit that in, to fit buses in, and to fit vehicle residents in. And that starts to leave you with very little space for throughput. And so without transport modelling in the room right now, and also designing a cross-section, that's the trade-offs that these corridors face, and some more in the transport, the Tauranga transport system will be facing the same conversations as our growth goes higher and higher. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, so that's the issue, isn't it? You've got a road which was designed in the Mount Maunganui Borough Council days, which has got a significant bus route, bus lanes, a popular school of which I was a student for 1 year, and trying to get a cycle solution. Everything is trying to go onto that corridor, but it is a limited corridor in terms of space. So what other solutions are there other than, in my view, some pretty creative solutions that have gone on in the Links Ave corridor? What other solutions are there around changes to where a cycleway might be constructed, whether it be even thinking out of the box stuff like going through the Mount Maunganui golf course? You know, if the Mount Maunganui Intermediate is the place where everybody is going, and in terms of safety, that's the big concern there. Have there been any discussions? Because I know that it was raised with the school community, the potential about putting a cycleway through the Mount Maunganui golf course land. Two, what consideration has been given to rerouting the bus service? I know there's very limited options there, and there is a desire to have a bus service going through a residential area where it can stop and people can get on it, but I know that, of course, there's State Highway 2 next to that. So what wider discussions have been had with the school community, with the Mount Golf Club, rather than try, and Powerco, frankly, you know, without trying to have all of these objects on this tiny corridor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think there's been a series of one-off conversations with stakeholder groups and possibilities, but nothing comprehensive that we could put our hand on and say that is the plan for the area. And I think that's partially what's lacking, and part of the reason why we're here today talking about this is the overarching view of what that transport system needs to do in the future isn't clear with our communities and probably nor ourselves yet. Whilst we have the underpinning operating framework, which is really what guides us, we haven't taken it more beyond a technical exercise. So this is the kind of problem that you would do in a more methodical and slower process around business casing and whatnot, and it really is a network planning exercise that is reasonably large because of the implications it has on all the movements. So if you're talking about what conversations have been had, not sufficient to that level to understand the kind of dynamics of which you're talking. So that would require us to do something really more comprehensive than we have done so far. And I think what you're seeing is the operational level response. So the suite of options that we have out there are part of that, those potential options, and are the ones that can fit in, that are reasonably low cost, that have reacted to certain situations and that have achieved a certain outcome. But they're at the lower end of the scale of one being effective, but two being how much they cost. So operational interventions like this are what you deploy to create a holding pattern and to try and understand the situation more before you go into a larger scale investment. You might need, for example, purchasing properties in order to put a cycleway through, making sure that you've got the space, undergrounding services, all very expensive items that you take a longer run up for than the time available to the team in this particular location. So I think we had the high road and the low road. And I think we ended up having to take the low road and do what we could with the money we had available in order to respond to those issues. But that in and of itself wasn't solving the inherent challenges in the network. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Carruthers?
I'll make my first question rhetorical because I don't think it's fair for you to answer, but I would ask, to put it in a question framework, why does it take more than 6 years to have those conversations that you mentioned would be ideally done? I know that you two were not on the job back then, but it does seem a long time to have these discussions and not even get to the main kind of point. I would also comment and ask a question around the Fairway Ave proposal that was put forward, I believe more from the Arataki Community Liaison Group than the community panel, but my understanding, I don't know the exact details, but I understand it was to go from Ascot Road to Ascot Place to Fairway Ave, which would have required a property purchase, or that there were a couple of alternatives put forward. Obviously council knew more about it than the community, because you would have had strategic understanding of what the best way to access Fairway is. But my understanding is that there were significant numbers of that school community who were supportive of that. I know I personally advocated for it. I know the community liaison group pushed for it, and I'm told the community panel pushed for it. I struggle to understand what the downside with that was. It was something that was talked about to the commissioners, and I keep looking at it and thinking, again, you had correct me if I'm wrong, around $5 million that you had got from people around the country, as it turned out, but certainly predominantly Tauranga people, that could have been used to purchase, as I understood it, one property was feasible, certainly a couple of properties, because you only needed to effectively just put the cycleway component for part of the leg along there, and it would have removed a lot of the problem. And I guess I'm wondering if you can answer why that didn't somehow come into the picture.
Yeah, I'm just going to read out what Karen wrote on her thing, really, which is, I'm sorry, I don't know. All I will say is that options that seem obvious and easy aren't always obvious and easy.
Yeah, I understand.
And but at the same time, I'm not too sure why that decision wasn't made, or an option put forward. So, unfortunately, I can't help there.
I think through the chair, it'd be good if we could find out at some stage around that.
Yeah, we can investigate and report back on that. I think there is, though, an element of that being a more medium term rather than a very short term solution. So, and of course, with every intervention we did, we expected a better result than what we got. So that's when you solve it in a way that you think is going to solve the problem, right? But the problem then remains, and then you try again. And while you're doing that, I guess you're off the balcony and you're just dealing with the issues that are in front of you, and those sort of medium to long-term solutions, they're on the back burner. So there was a lot of that going on at the time, and it's very unfortunate. And then you kind of lose time on projecting forward and solving the long-term issues. But yeah, it's a short, medium, long-term solution, and until you click some of those things into gear, you actually don't know quite what is going to happen.
I guess I feel, I don't mean to be at all rude, but I feel compelled from a community perspective to say that another question, which I will again make rhetorical, is why. Why would you expect something different to what you got? I think that was the community's point right up front. They predicted what would happen. It happened. The question I have, though, is in regard, I think, Mike, you'd be familiar with the bus patronage on Links Ave. So I'm talking about the number of people at particular times of the day who get on and off buses. I've had access to that, 2 years of that data from Regional Council. And from perhaps an interim step in this question is, would you agree that 7:30 to 9 a.m. or 9:30ish maybe, and 2:30 to 4 p.m. are the crucial times we're talking about when there's a conflict between the school children, the active modes, the bus trips, particularly in the morning peak, you've got a significant bus loading going along there. So correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the two crucial periods we're talking about, isn't it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so they're roughly the peak times. Morning peaks are steeper, evening peaks are wider. So the evening peak isn't perfect, but it is the bulk of it. 2,465 passengers per month on Links Ave. So that's 2,000, effectively 2,000 trips that are on the bus network instead of the vehicle network.
But have you looked at the levels at certain times?
It's difficult to get that through you, Mr. Chair, sorry. It's difficult to get that time-bound data easily, but it's something we can do. I think just to step back from this is I think with an operational project like that, what we're discussing here is a granularity of information that's not always available. And I know for a fact that that sort of level of information wasn't available inside the bus systems data collection for some time, until recently software upgrades allowed us to understand the time-bound nature of it. That information, as a transport planner by training, would be gold. And I'm always seeking that sort of level of granularity, but it's not always available. And so I guess that's why sometimes these decisions, when you're sitting in a desk and not necessarily catching the bus and experiencing it, can jar. And I think that's one of the things that we have to take away, though, is to understand that as an experience from a customer or a community perspective would help us to understand what the question we're trying to answer, particularly with our comms. And so those sorts of facts, which people are observing, are really important for us to go, well, actually, why are we doing what we're doing, and is the why still strong in terms of what we're doing that there for? So, but that information was only recently available.
But in terms of, what was the number you said? 224. I've forgotten the number you quoted.
2,465 exactly.
And that's a typical month, you're saying?
As far as we know, it's the average.
Yep. So I guess my point is that if we acknowledge that most of that will, in laws of averages, would be at peak times, based on most bus route knowledge that we have, with some significant numbers along that corridor and off peak, then we're talking about, dividing it up. Most of it would be on the 20-something days of the week that are working days, but still some at the weekends. You're getting down to, when you do a cost-benefit analysis, that you have a very interesting thing, which is that, and I'll just preface this, I'm a strong proponent of public transport, so I'm not suggesting you don't service people, but I'm suggesting that when you have an exceptional situation like this with the B2B, did Tauranga City Council consider withdrawing bus services for that leg of the community on the grounds that the detrimental impacts through added congestion and other significant factors was a much greater cost than the cost of not giving, a double figure number of people per day at peak time to those two peaks, given the afternoon peak is a school peak, not a public transport peak. So in those two times, you would have withdrawn some services in order to put the buses along an alternative route. Did you consider the cost of that, and if so, how did that cost weigh up?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in a high level of operational detail here, I'm going to make some assumptions because I wasn't part of the project. So firstly, in terms of that option selection, that level of understanding and effectively the benefit cost ratio and the information we use to drive that, we would not have done that level of analysis across all of the options. What you're talking about there is a process by which we'd take a business case through and the level of requirement and fact and evidence in order to make that change. And as I intimated earlier, a trial is where you can start to see that effect or not and do an observational approach rather than the modelling and technical analysis base. Because the as was sort of described before, is the response to the problem looked like an operational response could be the way to solve that problem, and a trial was the best way to achieve that. As it turns out, it wasn't. The way that we approached this problem in an iterative fashion was possibly not the best approach to solve the deeper issues that were presenting in that part of the network, and we acknowledge that. Part of what we judge when we sort of take on solving these problems is what approach we might take. And this one was an operational one. Now, I don't know the context of the people who made those calls and what other things they were juggling at that time in order to understand the detail of it. But what I can say is that in hindsight, we would have done that differently. In terms of cost-benefit analysis and the level of, will 12 people benefit over another, the network diversion that's created by just the construction project in B2B has such a huge amount of disbenefit in it. That this sort of level of understanding in that part of the network just disappears in the noise, and so we don't know, and we could not understand without modelling B2B how much effect we would have on flows that we didn't know were coming or didn't know were coming. So there was a dynamic sort of nature to the way that people were using that part of the system. So you make a call at that point, and you say, well, what's the potential best way of addressing this issue? And I can understand. I'm not saying I necessarily agree. Why the people who were before me, my predecessors, took those types of decisions, because those operational responses are removable, and they are able to be changed, and they're operational in nature. However, I don't think we took the community along with that story very well, and I think, to me, that's the nub of the issue. And from an operational sort of evidentiary perspective, we'd be in a different process to understand that level of information. I hope that answers your question.
Just to add to that, I do recall multiple conversations with the regional council about relocating, shifting, rerouting the bus service, whether it was around midday and off-peak and those sorts of things. We didn't go into specific details, but it was, what are the options, and because of the buses were perceived as part of the problem, what can we do about rerouting it? So it was definitely on the table at the time, and disregarded as a feasible solution.
Do you know why it was disregarded?
Yeah, well, there were a lack of good options, really. And also the fact that Links-Ave had been identified through the TSP work as the strategic bus route. That kind of it locked it in and made it very, very difficult to shift. And that's actually one of those instances where we found ourselves in a really tricky loggerheads with the regional council. That was one of the issues. Cameron Road was another issue. And because of those workings was the instigation of the joint PT committee ultimately, so that we got better direction from governance and not just fighting those from each trench and each objective and the two respective organisations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's obviously a really complex issue. I just suppose a couple of broad conceptual questions or comments. So to get clarity, the issues are really stemmed back to kids overflowing onto the main road at certain areas of the day, and then the added issue of buses stopping. And then what we're looking at potentially trying to do is to make a road smaller to make space for kids to cycle on the road. Is that right? I'm looking at the two pictures that are there.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Just want to get clarity first before I ask my questions.
yeah, in terms of the allocation of space, that was an outcome that was sought, given the path was narrow and the only low-cost feasible way to provide more space was to extend that cycle lane a wee bit. Yeah.
I suppose something has to make an adjustment, and like you talk about changing the behaviour of drivers, a road's been engineered and designed to take cars, and we're compromising a certain area of it, and which will increase. You'd expect that'll increase or create more issues for vehicles travelling along that road. Just go back to a quick comment earlier this morning about arterial routes, and it does seem to make sense to have that available. If we had a major crash on State Highway, you'd be looking to have a place like Lynx Ave to help people commute to get to town. I mean, as part of the education and engineering and an adjustment around what the school and the children do, to stay off the road. I mean, maybe it's a stupid question, but we're changing. We've spent money to build a road. It's got to function. I know there's issues potentially around the longer term, power poles and things, but kids, they aren't racing. They're not cyclists flying down a road training. They're going to and from school. It's a fairly social environment. Is there an element that we're missing where we could educate the school and the children to stay on the footpath, even slow down, slow cycle zone in that area, as well as a slow car zone? Like, are we making ourselves a bigger problem than what we need?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do indeed run cycle safety programs in schools, and children do receive sort of education around how to traverse the network, particularly on footpaths with driveways, crossing roads, and that sort of thing. I think inherently the problem is everybody wants to use the same space at the same time, including children and parents and whatnot, and I think that creates this sort of conflict situation, as you do outside of every single school in the country.
Yeah.
And that surge is difficult to provide any kind of capacity for. So we generally try and make it as safe as possible, so access across the road is clear, school crossings and so on and so forth. And again, those cycle education programs are helpful in shaping behaviours. New cohort every single year coming through. So that is part of the solution to some of these issues, absolutely. And I think just going back to that cross-sectional width space is the trade-off here was taking the throughput traffic out so that the other uses had space. And so that space was then utilised to prioritise those movements. And I think that's part of that sort of trade-off decision that was made at the time. So, and I think that's why you got those types of drawings that you're seeing in the report. And again, just to go to the balcony again, very, very common trade-off in transport is how much space do you have and how do you allocate that? And it's just fundamentally part of what you do in transport planning. And the drivers for those trade-offs come from the surrounding land uses and demand for that part of the network. Is there a throughput demand? Is there a school nearby like this one here? Shopping centres, there's inherently other uses. And the main conflicts come at peak. The main competition for space comes at peak. And outside of those hours, the problem is less. And I think what you're seeing is those responses are about peak time responses to manage what is a narrow corridor for what it's trying to do.
Sorry, just a question about the Lynx Ave panel, which came along partway through the project, I understand, is that?
Kaylee.
Sorry, just carry on with one of my questions. So we've had a couple of emails in from people I think were on that panel, and they were pretty disparaging about how they ended up feeling at the end of the project. It'd be interesting to get some feedback on that, because I think it's an important thing. If we ever try to do this again, we've got to learn something.
Kia ora koutou. Kaylee Dunphy, I'm the Manager of Community Relations. That's a really great question, Councillor Taylor. And look, this was a panel that was set up with really good intentions. We had a challenging transport issue at the time where we knew there were really divergent views among the community. And we're also at that time looking at trying to find different participatory ways of democracy to involve the community more. So the commissioners gave the direction to set up a panel. In retrospect, would we set up a community panel on this type of project? Probably not. These kind of panels work really well when you have a project with a lot of scope for change, and also a project where there's not probably quite as many technical, what's the word I'm looking for? Confinements and constraints. And I must give all credit to the panel, because I went along to a couple of their sessions, and the passion and the commitment from those members was amazing. The hours that they gave to try and come up with innovative solutions was really, really impressive. But just to say, yeah, I think from the outset, a panel for this type of problem was incredibly challenging. And going forward, I think if we'd use those kind of panels again, which would be fantastic, we need to be really careful about the type of projects that we use them for.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crowther?
I was going to ask this anyway, but it's supplementary to the last one, really. The council had set up the Arataki Community Liaison Group. I've been involved with a number of council-led initiatives. I would have to say that when the commissioners took over, that Community Liaison Group was probably one of the most positive initiatives that I've heard about through local networks. The people on it, I know some of the people, but I've heard from them about others who I don't know, and I'm told it was highly kind of competent people who in their own spheres of life, but they were also willing to put in a lot of time for the community, and I know at least 4 of them who were highly committed to getting good solutions. At the time that it was set up, the reason that, in my understanding, was that it was set up because of precisely these issues. The bus routing through Lynx Ave, the safety issues on Lynx Ave, the Farm Street bus stop was a big one, and some other issues, including wider community issues. And so the council, and my understanding was, through the then, I don't know what his title was, I've forgotten, but Joel Peters had a key role in that, and that Councillor Kiddy, I'm not sure about Councillor Morris, and feel free to chip in if you have a different view, but my understanding from everyone involved was that it was a wonderful initiative, and it's rare, I think, for council, because I can say now, often get involved in things that are a bit contentious. You often get a bit of negative feedback from the community. So when you get really positive feedback, I think it's good to look at why is that. And the reason why was because they said, you've empowered us to do something to address these issues within our local community. So then along comes, and this is getting to a question, because we are in questions, that we then come along to the commissioners takeover. And I know there was a change in the structure of the whatever it was called, community relations and the comms team and all that. So there's an internal restructure, and I don't know if that played a part. But there was also this thing that was already on the boil a bit, and these issues in Arataki. And over time, there were further meetings of the Arataki Community Liaison Group. When it came to the crucial point in regards to what we're talking about today, I've heard from multiple people, inside and out, but particularly outside of council, that what happened was that on a particular day, the Arataki Community Liaison Group were given roughly 24 hours, but in some cases much less than 24 hours notice of a meeting with some or all of the commissioners to be held in that part of town to explain what was going to happen with Lynx Ave. And I'm struggling to understand how on earth this council could have authorised that, and I'd really like to get to the bottom, because this has left a lot of bad blood there. Was that authorised by staff at Tauranga City Council, that approach, or consultants, or was that solely an initiative of the commissioners to actually not brief that panel that was set up by the council until the very last minute? Then at the meeting, they were clearly told, and I have great confidence in this, that they were told there was no way they would change that view. of what they were going to do to shut it, shut down Lakes Ave. And from then on, that community liaison group was effectively sidelined because a decision was made by someone, and again, I'm not sure who, either the staff or commissioners, to actually set up a community panel, which in the minds of the local community was like, hold on a minute, what on earth are you guys doing? Because you've already set up a community liaison group, we're fully behind that. And I've talked to people who are not members of that community liaison group who said they were very happy with the people on the community liaison group. The wider community networks across Tauranga were very happy with it, including the Papamoa Residents and Ratepayers Association. I think Councillor Morris would probably be able to confirm that. And the Mount Residents, Ratepayers and Retailers Association, who are both significant players in those areas. So all of that stacks up pointing in one direction, that someone made a very strange call, and I'd really like to understand, was that a staff, management call, consultants call, or was that down to the commissioners?
Through the chair, I'd like to be able to answer that really succinctly and to be able to recall back to that exact meeting. Unfortunately, I'm not sure for that meeting exactly what happened or in terms of the directions from staff or commissioners. All I can say, I guess, is to deduce that I don't think there was any kind of deliberate intention or malice to exclude the ACLG. I imagine probably a project was working at pace and things were happening, and it wasn't a deliberate, although I've also been told that trust was lost through that process, but not a deliberate move to not have them involved, as things were moving at pace at the time is my best that I've got. As I say, I wasn't responsible for the decision, and I can't speak on behalf of the commissioners.
I hear your answer. I don't think it has any sense of credibility. I'm not pointing fingers at you, because that's probably your understanding of it, but knowing some of the things that were communicated between commissioners and that group, that was not the reason. I can pretty confidently say that.
Not sure what we'll do there, Glenn.
No, I mean, you can't do anything.
Yep.
That has been.
Perhaps if you find something out in the future, you can perhaps report back. Thank you. Any further questions at this stage? Righto, we'll get back on script. Right, can I ask for a mover for the recommendation, please? Councillor Crowther, seconded Councillor Kurek. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, this is an important topic for me. I've had a lot of involvement with it over the years, dating back to the initial meeting that eventually went to the City Council in, I think, 2018. So there have been a number of conversations I've been in with City Council, Regional Council, NZTA, community groups, Arataki Community Liaison Group, you name it, resident ratepayers groups, individual councillors, groups of councillors, commissioners. I've also, I guess what I would say is, there are a lot of people who are opposed to this, and I honestly struggle to find people outside of this building, or wherever the building was at the time, who have supported the process undertaken by the council. Now, that I realise normally when council gets negative feedback on something, there's often, you can find the people who have a different view, and you can kind of say, well, there's a genuine difference of opinion in the community, and you can look around the evidence to see who you think might be in a stronger position to win the argument, or you could actually go on the weight of numbers in terms of submissions. With this, you know, I really, really struggle to see anyone outside of council who strongly supported it. And some evidence for that is that the Arataki Community Liaison Group opposed it. Members of the community panel have said to me that they have repeatedly said they opposed things that the council was doing. The panel as a whole opposed a number of the initiatives that council stuck to during that process. Timing may be an issue there. There's a sort of a community panel wanted something to happen 1 year, and then a year or two later it might be happening, but it still didn't do what the community wanted. The much maligned Papamoa Residents and Ratepayers Association, who have a lot of people who potentially would flow through that area, they tried to do some genuine engagement on it. Now, they might have an opinion, they might have started off with a hypothesis, but they certainly tried to put out information that they'd engaged with their community. And the response from Commissioner Selwood, I wrote it down, was he said the quicker the Papamoa Ratepayers Association realised that the better, and he was talking about the decision to just keep the trial going against the wishes of 5,616 people who signed a petition in April, May 2022, presented to council, I believe, in early May 22, who asked for the trial to stop and requested a refund for fines. Now, the trial stopping was the primary thing that they were pushing for, having spoken to some of the people. Obviously, the fines, there was a more complex issue for council to address there, I presume. But I think if the trial had stopped, they would have probably not been so angry about the fines. I think it's the two things together. And to me, that's a lot of people. In a city like Tauranga, where you get a couple of thousand submissions on a long-term plan, to have 5,616 people sign a petition, you go, well, that's worth thinking about whether you're actually doing what the community wants or not. There was another 1,500, more than 1,500 who responded in another survey. 98% explicitly stated they didn't support the closure of Lynx Ave. The Mount Residents Ratepayers Retailers opposed it, as I say. The Cycle Action Tauranga did not support it. They thought the cycling option was not a good option. Bike Tauranga strongly opposed it. There were many community organisations, Tauranga-wide and Mount local community organisations, who unsuccessfully tried to engage with the council. Well, firstly, to engage with the council, that was difficult. Secondly, to actually get an outcome that they were trying to look for on the grounds that they themselves and the local community didn't support it. There is reasonable evidence, I think, to say that there was strong support across the city for the council to stop doing the trial. I don't know how solid that is, but there are definitely, I think you could say that there were significant numbers across the city, just by adding up the different the different opponents to it. And then you've got the local Lynx Ave people, but you've also got the other people in Arataki. So if you hone in closer and closer, which is something the council did look at, that there are different views of the people on, some of the people on Lynx Ave, and then some of the people in the wider community there. But I think the part that I struggle with the most is that there was so much effort to look at constructive solutions. There were, over a period of years, a number of proposals. I've touched on one or two today, and the one that would sort of go the back route to the school. There were discussions at one point with NZTA being so explicit that they talked about precisely where the bus stop locations would go for express buses at the B2B, and said that if Tauranga City Council approved them, that they would be installed there, and that would facilitate the possibility of having a lower number of buses up and down Lynx Ave, keeping in mind what Mike said, which is quite true, that we're sort of not getting huge numbers most of the day along there, but at those peak times, particularly the morning peak when you have the conflict, there is a possibility of doing it on demand or alternative option at a reasonable cost when you look at the downside of this. So I have huge concerns about what happened. I have big concerns about what's currently happening. I have made the comment publicly and been interviewed about the use of 15 minutes, which just, to my mind, just aggravates a section of our community unnecessarily because of whatever we think of it, the 15-minute city discussions, which are quite prevalent across New Zealand and the world. And I think to actually put in a 15-minute time frame is like waving a red rag at a bull. It's just a ridiculous thing. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 10 minutes. It's almost like you've just picked the ultimate worst possible way of communicating that, again, against the explicit demands of the community. And so I would struggle to support anything that we're doing with this. I will finish by reading from, it's in the, in the attached document, but just to summarise a comment from Joe Wills, who is, as a community member, a sustainability member of Sustainable, a trustee of Sustainable Bay of Plenty, as someone who was involved with the Arataki Community Liaison Group. She said, I cycle Links Ave every day and am still astonished every day at what's gone on. The outcome is a really dysfunctional space. I cycle on the outside of the barriers, not because I'm a rebel, but because it makes the most sense. Other cyclists feel the same. I get a lot of people talking to me. The layout and location of the barriers is confusing at best. Regarding this cul-de-sac approach, it still makes no sense shutting off one road to clog the surrounding roads. The people of Links might win, the people on Gulf and Ocean Beach lose. It hasn't addressed any system change, it hasn't even addressed the problem, yet it's contributed to others. At some point, TCC could just accept and admit it got it wrong.
Councillor Currick. Councillor Morris.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Crowther. It is a dysfunctional space, and if I was in a cheeky mood, I'd say there were just some dysfunctional decisions that led up to it, and we need a review from Macready Winder to sort of unpack and see what's happened and gone on there. But I'm not in a cheeky mood, so I won't. In terms of moving forward, because that's important, we do need to understand what's happened in the past, because there are people there that have been fined, there are people there that have been residents that have been pushed one way or the other, sometimes by their neighbours, and there has been a council organisation that's tried to do its best to engineer a racehorse by committee creating a camel in this case. So the fact is that there are too many modes on that particular piece of road, and what's happened is that the most popular mode has been the one penalised. I wonder if Councillor Crowther can identify what the most popular mode of transport is in Tauranga. But that's what it is the issue is drivers have been penalised, and the other to protect and enhance the other modes. That's what's caused the issue, in addition to the fact that it's too narrow. I am of the view that the thing needs to be opened up, and a cycleway, alternate access to the school needs to be provided. I think that would be the medium to long-term solution that we're all looking for, and that would be something that I would be very keen on investigating. But as it stands at the moment, it is a dysfunctional space, and it stands as a testament to trying to be all things to all people except motorists.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Anybody else want to? Councillor Shaw.
I just along the lines of Councillor Morris. I mean, respecting that there is a high demand at a certain period of time, but fundamentally having it operate as a road to serve drivers and hopefully figuring out good solutions to deal with the other issues, and that may well be the timing of certain times of day to create some adjustments. I'm sure motorists would
consider if it's unreasonable. But yes, it's yes, unfortunate situation, but hopefully we can sort it out and get a good outcome for the people.
I'll just have my 5 cents worth. Thank you, Nick, for bringing it up. I think it's been a valuable exercise, if nothing else. It's probably been uncomfortable for a few people in the room, but we have members of the public that have suffered along with this project, and hopefully we can learn from this, and it'll help us prevent similar things happening in other areas. So thank you very much. Councillor Crowther, right to reply.
No, just echoing that, and I think staff, I'm not pointing fingers at any individual people in the room. I think it points to probably a bit of a systemic failure, but I think there's also been a transition in staff working on this, and certainly the inflammatory or inflaming comments from commissioners did not help in 2, but I think 3 meetings, which basically drove people absolutely nuts in that local community. And I think I can assure the public it is highly unlikely that that will happen under us. Having heard what the Mayor has said around a number of issues, that we are wanting to be more transparent and accountable to local communities. So I think we can look forward more positively, but I do think it's really important, like you say, to learn from it, and I thank Nick and the team for being really upfront with answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this matter? With that being said, can we put the motion up on the screen? Sorry, just a second. So the motion is that the Project Planning and Monitoring Committee receives the report Links Avenue update, notes that a report on the future of the cul-de-sac is to be tabled at the Council's November 24 meeting. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much.
Looking forward to that, mate.
We move on to item 8.3, the outline work programme for Project Planning and Monitoring Committee for the 24-25 financial year.
Yes, I'll introduce that, and who would have thought that 3 items on the agenda would push us over time, but we'll see if we can reduce them next time. In front of us we have the outline work program, and this is basically just put up as a first cut with regards to the issues that we can work through at this committee, and I'm putting it out there that any feedback now is welcome as to the deep dives, a la Links Ave, for instance, or hopefully deep dives earlier on in the process where we can actually influence the outcome before the disruption that we've seen on this particular one would be very helpful. I do have a couple of additions that I thought just as a suggestion for the 21st of October. Have you got the schedule in front of you? Yep, everyone's nodding. Thank you. So for the 21st of October, I was going to suggest an action from earlier on today, which was the actuals versus revised and adopted budgets. That could either come to this committee or the accountability one. So we can maybe discuss that between the respective chairs. But that was an action from this morning that could possibly come back to here. So we'll take that away. I've also put on, in terms of procurement commercial strategies, and the point of that is to give you a sense of how we generate value for money. So how do we go into procurement processes? What are the considerations? What's our manual says in terms of probity and rules and that sort of thing, delegations. Also, of course, how we interact with NZTA's procurement rules in order to get the 51% contribution. but thirdly, how we make commercial considerations, risk apportionment, and that sort of thing. So that's the point of that procurement and commercial strategies item. In the monitoring space, I also wanted to suggest PM project management capability, our project life cycle and stage gates that have been referred to a few times. So this is about the systems and processes we've put in place in order to be better at delivery. I talked a little bit about the structural components that we instigated a few years ago. We've done a lot since. We've, for instance, baselined our project management capability a few years ago, and we're sort of tracking how we're going in that space. So that's something we can report back to you so that you get a sense of what we're doing in that space. The project life cycle, that is the Bible for our project managers. Basically, it's the manual, the tool that they go to for adhering to our principles around project delivery, basically. So I thought for your benefit, we could walk you through some of the high level components of that. And then the stage gates, which are financial gates in terms of scope changes, that sort of thing. So, and we touched on that yesterday, just in terms of the approvals necessary in order to change scopes and available budgets and what we can do in that space. So they were the suggestions for the 21st of October, and then for November we could come back to a project report similar to what we did earlier today, with any feedback that you have, how we maybe streamline that and maybe make it more efficient. But that's for opening comment.
Yeah, I think
we've got a bit of digesting to do after today, and just
we can probably come back in the intervening period just to try and, let's say, streamline it, make it a little bit quicker. Sorry, any comments from anybody else on that? Mr. Crowler?
Just taking you at face value, and you may not want to do this one, but because it's very real time still, but like a Linksave style investigation, I think would be really good on the Durham Street bus hub. I mean, I don't know if we're at the point where we've actually committed to building it the way we want to build it, but to me there is the same issue where you have community has been clearly articulating, not in as greater numbers because we haven't done petitions, but there have been a number of organisations I've been involved with who are wanting something quite different to what we're going to get, and every step of the way the evidence seems to point in one direction, council has pointed in another direction, and it probably won't end as badly as Linksave, I would hope, but whether it delivers the outcomes, the strategic outcomes in transport that we're looking for, I very much doubt it. And so, to me, we're right in the middle of doing this, and I don't think it's going to end well. It'll probably end at a point where you go, well, it's not too bad, but the point is this is meant to be the biggest piece of kit that we install in the whole network to facilitate good movement around the network on public transport, to lift it up to a more metro-style public transport system, and we're putting in a bit of a stopgap facility. And I guess I raised that question: do we want to actually open that up?
Well, subject to some comments by Nick about what we're committed to, there's no reason why this council can't stop what is planned and revisit any decisions that have been made and determine what happens there in the future. So, Nick, I'm not sure whether or not contracts are committed or anything like that, but we could explore the opportunity to revisit this as opposed to plugging on and let this council determine what the future of that particular part of the network should look like.
The other procurements have been made, contracts are let. We're sort of we're getting right into the delivery phase of things. But I mean, we can do a quick analysis of the costs of ceasing it, and that, you know, by the end of the week give you a sense of the opportunity, what the cost would be, and I guess an outline of the benefits of what that would be as well. So we can take that away as an action, but it's sort of, yeah, it's by the skin of the teeth now would be my. But we haven't started digging yet. So
yeah, well, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
So
the right thing to do.
So
given what we've just heard.
Yeah.
I guess I do understand it might be a bit late for the whole thing. Probably the thing that's left hanging in terms of where it's going to be located was that it was a very, I think it's fair to say, fairly last-minute decision by the commissioners who were presented with options around whether to have it more condensed at the southern end of Durham Street or spread out along the block. And we heard earlier in the meeting that the significant costs are because it's going into the rain gardens that Councillor Morris so helpfully put in there for the community when he was on council. So it's whether there's any scope in the contract. That's probably the key thing, because I'm aware that I'm well aware of the issues. I guess it still comes down to, does any particular council at any point in time favour the rights of private property owners or the more strategic outcomes from, you know, a more consolidated, higher quality interchange, more condensed interchange. And I understand there's pros and cons, but that would probably be for governance to look at. But probably the key question from a staff point of view is it realistic for us to look at it, or will that contract result in such a significant penalty if we change the scope of it?
Yeah, well, that's a point that I need to come back to you on, and we can do that within a few days, I would have thought, if you want to have the opportunity to revisit it. But I guess from a governance perspective, exactly those issues that you were outlining, that's our day-to-day parking issues. But we encounter it all the time, and governance at the time took into consideration what they were hearing from the community, and they were hearing loud and clear from those businesses that, particularly on the southern end, that a better spread of it would be more favourable, and also there was that issue, you know, with the access to the laneway, but also the car park up the road. So all of that was included in the decision making, and it was hotly debated, public forums, reports, etc., and it landed where it landed. But yeah, there's an opportunity to revisit it. But I think generally in terms of the deep dives, it's if we have an opportunity to look forward and influence projects when they're sort of at an earlier stage rather than we're right at the tail end of it, would be very helpful. Can't wind back the clock. I'm not here to sort of make any excuses, and we do have an opportunity just to look into this one, and we're comfortable to do that over the next few days. We'd probably have to make a call before a next meeting.
Well, no, I think it needs to be formalised. So I think we need to understand whether or not we are instructed to, if you like, put a halt on where we're at the moment, and that we formally report back, because a decision like this obviously will have an impact not only on the stakeholders and community that we've consulted with, rightly or wrongly, and those that agree or disagree, but also there'll be a cost. And I think with what we've heard through the last hour on the Links Ave, I certainly don't want to be part of an organisation that gets on and under a resolution of the previous governance and go through a post-mortem like we've just been through. I'd rather we know and understand exactly what we've got in front of us and make some decisions as a result of that.
Thank you for that. I know I campaigned a little bit on this issue, so I'm probably going to stand back from this, but other councillors, what are your thoughts?
I'm certainly open to having a quick look. If there's anything that really stands out and says put on the brakes, I'm happy. Otherwise, if it's potentially a bit of an unknown in terms of the actual negative impact or not. So yeah, I'm open to within the next few days to have a bit of a chat about it after receiving the information.
Yeah, well, if it's of significance, well then we could call an extraordinary council meeting on a day that there's already a committee meeting of the whole, and that we could debate and discuss the matter at that point, if the committee desires.
Councillor Morris?
I'd be interested. I'd be interested in knowing your view, Mr. Chair. I appreciate saying you campaigned on it and you want to step back a little, but I think that's even more cause to express a view personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Campaigned on it.
Yeah. What have you heard from the folks out there?
Essentially, it was ripping up something that we'd just put down at great cost, obviously. I think at the time, too, there was we didn't know what was happening with the laneway, and I probably still don't have a good handle on what's going on with that. That purchase happened during the election, so I think if that was part of the briefing, that would certainly help us get a handle on what the whole thing's going to look like. But yeah, and as I say, Glenn probably gave me a bit of information too during the election about that. Probably more moving the bus hub back to Spring Street, which again has been discussed briefly in a couple of little meetings we've had.
It's too late.
But
is that the next one?
That's there's nothing been decided there, so it's really just if we get time to have a look at the thing a bit more, and then yes, I understand that we're very late on this one, like we were on a couple of others. We'll eventually catch up, I think.
Implications of waiting for things, with much bigger project to Papa or to Manawataki or Te Papa, but yeah, are there cost implications to any direction we're giving at this committee?
I don't know at this stage. Possibly, I see the next meeting of the whole is the Vision Planning, Growth and Environment Committee on the 14th of October. So we're talking, what, three weeks away, 4 weeks away. It just seems that if we have awarded these contracts, it's likely there will be some cost implications. There could be a conditional resolution of this committee that asks us to make some initial inquiries and then reports back informally, and seeks direction at that point.
I'm happy to move that.
Can I just ask a question in terms of like how close you are to spades in the ground, assuming there may be some cost, I mean, how quickly do we need to meet to be able to come back to you, to reasonably, happy with your understanding of where we're at?
Well, I'll make that part of the wrap up in the next few days, so we'll have the cost implications, time implications, any penalties, any additional costs that would have been anyway.
What's the total cost of the project?
The total?
The total cost of the project.
Yeah, well that's, we went through that this morning.
Isn't it, what I'd noted down was you've got the properties are purchased, there's 3.5 million for
That's
the
right,
hub
yep.
itself,
Yep.
which includes everything apart from the laneway costs. So I guess maybe I should put this on. Does the current
that was part of the report this morning.
does the current contract relate just to the bus hub, or does it relate to the laneway as well?
That was the contract,
Yeah,
not
the contract.
that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, because I guess it's really only a portion. The only question that I've got in my mind, I mean, I suppose there were two things there. One of them was, in terms of a deep dive, we could look at how we got to this point, but I take the point it might be better to be more future focused. In terms of what we could do here, it's probably just a matter of whether the scope can change around, you know, condensing up a portion of it, whilst acknowledging that would be contentious either way. It would just be whether we've got any scope there for that. So I think to keep it fairly simple, and we know that the contract we've heard publicly today was around that it'll all add up to 3.5 million in total. So if there's only a small extra cost, I guess it's worth looking at. If it becomes too daunting, we can always just pull out. I think that's possibly the mood of the committee.
Better outcome in the short time?
Well, let's find back. If we can have some sort of general resolution that asks us to make initial inquiries and reports back to the committee, yeah.
And provide the chief executive with some direction after our discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to, sorry, through you. So Chair, back to your question, none of that is very difficult for us to pull out because we looked at all of those options when we came to the guidance and the decision that we have at the moment. So the only thing we really need to figure out are the consequences of the pausing and any potential penalties and that sort of thing. There may be a specific aspect of the shelters that is suitable to that particular location. But they're the things that we look into. But then in terms of any further decision making, we have all of the criteria that I think you will need in terms of doing that and understanding that, and consultation and engagement that we've had with the community, with our partners, but also with the adjacent businesses.
So, sorry, just checking. So laneway information, that would be readily available?
Yep, that is one. We'll include that as part of that.
Is that the building that was just knocked down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the cost of that laneway is involved in this project, is it?
No. I responded that I need to come back because we may have rationalised it so that whoever does the bus stop part does some work in the laneway as well. I don't know that, so I just wanted to clarify that before I respond categorically.
Glenn can probably confirm, but I'm sure there's some connection between the laneway and the bus hub, wasn't there at one point?
Do you mean the wires? Oh yeah, I think that's what that is known, isn't it?
No.
That's the point, I think, isn't it?
That's the point as well. So now I'm missing the point.
So I don't know that there actually is a bus hub as such. It's it's multiple stops. There isn't a bus hub as such. There are multiple stops spread out along the road. An initial concept was that there was going to be a bus hub where the laneway was to be located. That's not the project on the table at the moment.
Okay.
It's a different project. It's numerous stops spaced out along Durham Street over 2 blocks, of which one of the stops requires us to fill in a rain garden. So.
Okay, we have a revised recommendation that the Planning, Project and Monitoring Committee receives the report outline work program for Project Planning and Monitoring Committee for the 24-25 financial year. Notes the outline work program for the committee as per attachment 1 of this report and requests that staff report back informally to elected members on the Durham Street Bus Interchange project, including any opportunity to revisit the decision and consequences of delaying the project.
I think, and also to after informal discussion report, or give the chief executive direction. Would that be helpful?
No, we can do it at that.
I think that's wrapped up on the opportunity to revisit, perhaps.
Question? Are we complying with our requirements on the Local Government Act in terms of transparent and open decision making? That resolution.
Reasonably comfortable with that. reported.
Yeah, and I think you just need to say that any feedback needs to be made public
Report
at the
back.
soonest opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Reported back to the
Any
next
feedback
next-
and subsequent decision.
Reported to the
Yeah.
Six Committee.
Feedback and subsequent decision.
Yeah, the report will be aired at the next meeting.
And direction.
Whether it's this one or the...
Be reported.
Yeah.
It's got to
Come
come
back
back here, doesn't
to
it?
council for a.
Yeah.
Come back to council for a.
Council if it's a monetary one.
Yeah. Wow.
Decision.
For a decision.
That's not
It's fine.
Yeah, but when will we know if we're finished?
Is it just about?
Do you see what I mean? So, just for clarity here, the way I read this is that we're looking to revisit a decision on the consequences of delaying the project, those two last bit consequences and delaying the project. That's what we can report to you by the end of the week, and it's by that time we would need a call made whether we pause it or not, or not long after. So, and then we take the time to the meeting in October to gather all the information so that you can redo the decision if that's what you decide to do, or not. But we can't wait, or we don't want to wait till that point to get your feedback as to the stop or not, and I think that needs to be part of the resolution.
Well, I think that throw a D in there that delegates the chief executive to make a decision based on the feedback received by the committee.
And that could be on next Monday.
Yeah, that's what we'd be thinking.
Thank you, Martin.
And I'll have good evidence of that feedback to report back to the council meeting.
Thanks a lot. Looking forward to it.
Can I just ask a quick question in terms of materially what we're going to change? So you went through a process and you had submissions, people spoke, there was some, how was it received fundamentally? You know, you obviously had some strong views, but you've made the decisions being made. What materially are we looking to change? And for relitigating, what are we going to, I mean, I'm just concerned about us going back and back and back to materially change what? I don't know the answer. But, you know, I know you consulted with people and you had businesses that had strong reasons not to want to have the bus stop in front of them. Made your choice based on everything in front of you. Yeah, I'm just concerned that we are going back over when we may not materially change an outcome that much.
No, but I think that's the point. I think even if there isn't a material change, because after having heard what you've heard from the community and understanding all the different dynamics that we're dealing with here, at the very least, it will be a decision that you own.
Yep.
And
yeah, we can't say.
Correct.
We can't complain after.
Yeah, and I think that's what we need. We
Okay,
need
happy with that.
this council to own decisions, particularly if we haven't put a spade in the ground.
No.
And in this particular case, whilst we might have contracts, we haven't put a spade in the ground.
Thank you.
That's all on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can find it.
We don't have a council meeting but revision.
The next
we'll
appropriate
meet
meeting.
Monday or Tuesday or something. We'll have to get together.
That's it.
We'll have to get together real quick. What? Heaps of typos when that's the right typo first. You have to see any info.
Yeah, that's good.
It's not a decision, it's more on the direction provided by the elected members.
Still a decision. Whether we go ahead,
No,
stop, change.
it's talking about Marty making decisions.
Well, the decision might be to stop.
Righto, I'll just read C onwards again. I don't think A and B changed. So, C, request staff report back informally to elected members on the Durham Street bus interchange project, including any opportunity to revisit the decision and consequences of delaying the project. D, delegates to the Chief Executive to make the decision on the continuation or not of the Durham Street bus interchange project based on feedback from the elected members. E, notes that the Chief Executive will report back to the next relevant committee meeting on this decision. Do I have a mover? Oh, sorry, is it this, oh, it's an amendment, isn't it? Sorry, we'll just go back to the...
Original movers and seconders, which was Councillor Crowther and
Councillor Crowther, are you happy with the amendments?
Do we have a mover?
Yes, I am. I think I don't want to create too much work, so...
No, we didn't.
Sorry,
I'm just saying.
back up.
Okay.
Right, start.
Back the bus up.
And an
No, we don't
interchange?
actually at the moment, so not that I've got down.
Righto, so need a mover for this motion, please. Councillor Crowther, thank you. Seconder?
And I'll second.
Councillor Kurak, thank you.
I'm happy to support this. I think it gets the balance right between wanting to create the sort of minimal amount of work possible for staff, but at the same time to open up the possibility that if it's going to be a low-cost option to tweak the design, that we can hopefully have an intervention before the spades hit the ground and do something that, in our view, we can own a little bit better. Even if it's not the optimal solution, that, you know, we just want it to be as good as possible.
No, I agree. It's straightforward. We're delegating the decision to the Chief Executive from the direction that we provide. You know, that will be subject to the information received, you know, in terms of our direction provided. So it's logical and it's very effective in terms of time frame.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are in a little bit of a unique situation. So I appreciate that, you know, in previous conversations, the executive have said that they are working to the last set of resolutions by a council and are going forward and implementing those. And obviously the first year of the long-term plan. However, the unique situation we're in, and I have a talent for stating the obvious, is that we haven't had an election where we've had a mayor re-elected or majority of the councillors who formed the last long-term plan re-elected. We've had 100% change in governance since the long-term plan was adopted. And the other interesting thing that we've got is the new governance will be held to account for the implementation of the 24-25 first year of the long-term plan. So next year's annual report, September, October 2025, the projects and pieces of work that have been undertaken, whilst we may not have been there at the beginning or the decision point for those projects, we will be held accountable by the community for those projects, and that's right. So we've got to find a balance between not pulling a handbrakey on some things, receiving the appropriate amount of information so we can do our due diligence as a new governance team, and ensuring that the 24-25 first year of the LTP is delivered in a way that meets community expectations. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one. We weren't here to make those decisions, but we are accountable for them. And so I think it's right that we look into things, bearing in mind that we don't want to be, as Anatoly once said, pumping the brakes on things.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenbaum? No? Councillor Shaw? No. Okay, I have nothing. Councillor Crowther, anything else to add? No. I'll therefore move the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Any late items we need to discuss? Karakia guys. With that then, we'll close the meeting, and Hera would like to close with a karakia, please.
Kia ora tātou, e whakakapita tātou hui, mēnau tātou. Kia whakairia ki te tapu, ki te paitara whara, kia tū ki whakatahi, kia tū ki whakatahi. Haumi e hui e, tāiki.
Thank you all. We'll be short on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's excellent.
Just be the time.
That's all right.